die trying to earn them a rep. It's cold to the shit, you gotta learn to respect. Really, I turn up for less. Like who now? It ain't even worth it to guess. Your man going now, you looking nervous and next, and you gon' end up right with him on a shirt with some text. I'ma burn up a check. Have my little birdie cook him, he a personal chef. That nigga learn from the best. Got a plug in the Carolinas, I ain't personally met. But if you ain't paying homage, I'ma service the debt. You know I'm loud with the steppers, you niggas loud with the pressure. That bully bought from the cupboard, the fully stock on the dresser. I put his cardi a sucker, you know we rockin' the letter. My niggas not finna let her be on your block with the extras. Little Twizzy on the stand, you get ass gang. A little winter that fang, got his ass flame. I told him mirror bust it down, leave the back plane. That's why this bitch in my whip got your last name. So down, one top on the phone. Leave the car running, little cutty knock on the door. Why the ones ain't bad to stay talking the most. Lee saying with your chest when you talk to the goat. Codes to the shit you gotta learn to respect. When you talk to the goat. Codes to the shit you gotta learn to respect. Say it with your chest when you talk to the goat. I'ma burn up a check. Got my little birdie cook him, he a personal chef. That nigga learn from the best. Got a plug in the Carolinas, I ain't personally met. But if you ain't paying homage, I'ma service the debt. You know I'm loud with the steppers, you niggas loud with the pressure. That bully bought from the cupboard, the fully stock on the dresser. I put his cardi a sucker, you know we rockin' the letter. My niggas not finna let her be on your block with the extras. Little Twizzy on the stand, you get ass gang. A little winter that fang, got his ass flame. I told him mirror bust it down, leave the back plane. That's why this bitch in my whip got your last name. Two down, one up top on the phone. Leave the car running, little cutty knock on the door. Why the ones ain't bad to stay talking the most. Lee said with your chest when you talk to the goat. Codes to the shit you gotta learn to respect. Say it with your chest when you talk to the goat.
Alrighty, folks, hope you guys are doing well this evening. We're going to be looking to get back underway here on CSTV. We've got ESEA Advanced Playoffs on the docket. Of course, 9 Pandas versus Big Academy coming up first today. A very quick look at this matchup between these two teams. We do have our best of 3 picked on out. You're looking at Mirage being that first map. That is the pick of Big Academy to get us rolling. Of course, after that, we're going to be looking at the map of Overpass. That's 9 Pandas pick for themselves. And then finally, we're going to be heading over to Anubis if we do go to map number 3. So it's going to be a rather tight affair coming out of both these squads, but I'm certainly looking forward to it, and I hope you guys are as well, because we're looking to see who's going to be able to make that lower bracket run to try and get themselves into the grand final. Of course, the winner of this one does progress to play up in the losers final. And take a quick look at the bracket there. We can take a peek and see the other teams being aTTaX and MOUZ next, currently in the other match that'll be happening at 14:30 EST day. Of course, the 2 winners from those matches will move on, look to play on Thursday in the lower final, and then finally try and make their way into consolidation final play up against Singularity. And then finally, after that, they move on into the grand final where Wu-Tang will be looking to face whichever team takes the cake here. So, of course, it should be a rather nice one. Quite a bit of a ways to go before everything is done and dusted here in ESEA Advanced for the playoffs, to say the least. So, certainly, you're going to be wanting to tune in here quite a bit because we do plan to cover most of it, if not all of it. I'm not 100% sure what me and Dutch Boy's schedule is just yet. I won't be able to cover the next match for aTTaX and MOUZ, unfortunately. I do have CCT going on later in the day, but I will be coming back on the channel to go ahead and do North American events later tonight. That's my plan, at least. So that's what's going on, chat. We'll be looking to get things underway here in the next few minutes. Currently just waiting on players to filter on into the server and ready on up, because once they do, we'll be able to roll straight on into it. So, folks, don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a flash. We're going to throw it to some music, throw it to the Be Right Back screen, and we'll be into the matchup in hopefully the next 3 minutes time.
Sun came in, I'll close the blinds. Could feel it in the air. This is just a waste of time. No one really cares. But then you came across my mind, got me out of there. So I went down to the river and swam till the panic was over. Yes, I went down to the river, watched all the heavy rain. I watched all the heavy feeling all the noise in here. It's becoming an ache. Pull me into calm and deep, and take me out to the waves. 'Cause I feel like a waste of space, breathing in the air. But you hold me like I might just break, like you want me there. So I went down to the river and swam to
Alrighty, folks, here we go once again. We're into our match of the day here for EU ESEA Advanced. And folks, without further ado, it's time to get things rolling. It's 9 Pandas versus Big Academy here on the map of Mirage to start us all off. And it should be a rather hot one, to say the least. Taking a quick look at the picks and bans, as we talked about earlier there in the pre-show, we got Mirage, Overpass, and Anubis here on the docket. Big did pick out Mirage to leave Overpass there for 9 Pandas to pick. Of course, Anubis will be that decider if we do need it. But folks, as we do get rolling here in this lower bracket matchup, we'll see some initial shots being popped on off. I'll fix the player Bell here in a minute when it comes to censorship of his name. Anyway, as we do get things rolling underway, we do see Big Academy. They are angling themselves to go out towards that B site. They do have a couple of lurks playing over there towards apartments and towards pallets here for the time being. They're not necessarily over invested into either site just yet. Patiently see them start to make their way up through calm for the time being. Gonna be a bit of an A-side hit. A split approach. Shots are on through. Make their way towards site. Glowing, able to get things rolling. Finds out the first on the arrow. We do see Glowing good for a second. I Disbalance finds a frag as well. Leaving it down to Hyped, who's now all alone in the server. He's able to get himself a quick double dink to leave it down into a 1v4. But man, he's in a bit of a pickle. It's a bit of a pinch for him as he plays over here towards jungle. The bomb is out of his control. He's got to look to try and reclaim it while, well, facing down 4 players. And as that isn't too possible, D1 Ledes is going to take off his head. And we'll see it go the way of 9 Pandas there in the beginning. Now, give me 1 second. I'm going to fix the name. Alrighty, there we go. All good. Now we got seized. We're all set. No problems here. Well, as we do get rolling once again, a bit of a Glock round, of course, here for Big Academy. They're saving a full to go for the next, so we can expect this one to be a bit of a sideshow. It looks like they go for a bit of a gamble stack. Look at this. They want to go ahead, play up here towards mid, see if anyone over-aggresses that they can possibly catch out. Might be the name of the game. Maybe they'll go ahead and just throw all their bodies forward here towards mid to draw some attention away from the B site. Unfortunately, that's not going to be the case here. Seized is waiting patiently over by Van and finds a quick kill. We do see it, Mr. C9 find himself a bit of a frag there. Himself a French FAMAS as they are down into a 2v4. There's not too terribly much you can do in this situation though, but I don't expect much to come from it. Maybe they can get themselves an extra pick here. Clax finds out the first. Of course, we do see Mr. C9 ringing out for a second. Drops down smoke. Of course, reclaiming the bomb, not really in the cards right now. We'll see 9 Pandas just go ahead and play around that. Not necessarily wanting to give them these individual fights. That's definitely the right call here. As we tick down below 45 seconds. Then we'll go over here towards Cap. Maybe he'll search for one more. See if he can get a final pick. Getting 2 kills into the round. That's extremely nice here for Big Academy. That's going to start to disrupt the economy of 9 Pandas as well as build up a little bit of their own. As we do see Mr. C9 fall away. Full of buy rounds about to come through here into the next. Righty, back underway. Full rifle Kalashnikovs in the hands of Big. Of course, 9 Pandas. They got themselves an AUG, a couple of A1Ss, and a FAMAS still in this server. So as we wait to see what the first engagements look like, we see quite a bit of momentum coming down here through mid. Bomb fostered over on that cat side for the time being. A couple players looking to challenge possibly into connector, but necessarily invested into it too heavily. See them play their way forward. aTTaX and Glowing. They're going to be taking an altercation here. Glowing waiting over here. Ooh, in ladder room. Timing. I think he was spotted. An arrow. Going to be able to catch him out there initially. Of course, that's the man advantage being claimed there by Big Academy. Now they got to look to exploit it. There's one player over there towards Van, already positioned towards site. One in market. The play over here from window. But his shots from arrow zing on through. He's going to be able to gun down two. Leave it all down to Clax and D1 Lettuce. Looking to go ahead. Save into the Nexus. The economy here for 9 Pandas is not in a pretty state. Get up that AK. That'll be helpful going forward, but regardless, that's going to be Big Academy going ahead and putting a first on the board for themselves. As the bomb goes off, we do see Big Academy not go hunting. They're opting to play safe, carry over these Kalashnikovs because their economy is still in a drastic state. If they were to lose them, detriment them greatly into the coming rounds. So seeing them going ahead, taking this first, backing off, not over hunting, and playing to carry over the AKs. It's a good look for them. Of course, full rifles coming back out of 9 Pandas. They saved over an AK and an A1S. Able to buy up a teammate, a couple of FAMASs and an MP9. So there's a bit to work with here. But AK, of course, still in the server in the hands of D1 Lettuce. Have 2 kits to use for the retake. We'll see if they get into that stage. As we get swinging once again. We'll see them start to play their way out here towards B. Look at this. This is looking to be a bit of a pop out over here towards apartments. Now, the thing is, I don't know if they're expecting this to be a full rifle round. They might think it's a bit of a force, maybe be a bit of a save call here by 9 Pandas. So they might be over gambling into this round. Of course, nothing confirmed just yet. They just play some standard utility out towards mid, trying to draw attention away from the site direct. Unless that doesn't work. One player playing over here towards Cat, the other playing over towards bench, and shots start to be fired. We see aTTaX find out the first while blinds. Of course, we'll see Prime Times try to find out the first. He's able to find one. Of course, Rolling finds out his teammate. Prime Times loses his head to D1 Lettuce, and just like that, it's down to Sky and Hype. Last 2 men standing here. They over gambled here on B. It's costing them, and it's into a 2v4. We'll see Hype and Go play behind Van, trying to force these fights. We see Clax find one. The swing from Hype doesn't work out, so we see Glowing find the final 9 Pandas able to go ahead and keep their momentum rolling as they put a third on the board for themselves, having a lead of 2, and now they have a chance to expand that lead and break the economy of Big Academy rather off the back of that. Now, we see a bit of utility being thrown on out. We do see a couple of rifles coming through here for Big. They've got themselves a couple of Galeos and 3 Kalashnikovs to go along with them. So they're really wanting to win out this one. If they do so, it's a fairly good look. So far, no over-engagements just yet. Just playing it slowly, cautiously. Trying to overdo it, but unfortunately there, Mr. C9 peering through ramp. Tries to make his way to his fences and loses his head. Sky takes an engagement. Gets dinked out after finding out Glowing, or rather just tagging him down to 79. Engagement over there towards Cat seems ill-fated. We'll see them go ahead and reaggress. We do see Lettuce find out Sky. And as Clax and D1 both get caught out there, Hyped and Prime Taps. Find one each, trades back down into a 3v3. Yeah, sorry about the delay in stream start. CSGO uninstalled. I have no idea why. But we are back and we are underway with the 3v3 going on here in round 5. A quick shock there from Arrow starts things off, finding out Glowing, putting it back down just to aTTaX and seized. A rough position right now, but as we do see aTTaX find out Prime Taps, that's the bomb going down. Hyped barely wins out a fight there against C's. Of course, he's incredibly low now. aTTaX is going to be aware of that. He's got to isolate these fights, though. Eliminating Arrow, first and foremost, is rather important as he finds the frag with the dog there. Leaves it all down to Hype. 1 HP, a dream, a Kalashnikov. He's got the bomb to use. Uh-oh, he's making his way over here towards A. There's a player over here in snipers that can go ahead and catch him out. Seems like I just found supposed to take that fight here after time runs out and no economy gonna be brought over there. No loss bonus as we do see a fourth on the board for 9 Pandas. And Big Academy looking worse for wear are gonna be looking at a timeout coming through there. 9 Pandas at that. That is a bit of a disappointing start here. As you do look at Big Academy hoping for the best. Keep in mind, this is their map pick. The best foot forward is always the best case, but certainly they can look to come back into it here into the latter half of this map. So, going ahead, netting a couple of rounds as they can is going to be rather important, but we're into a deco. Bit of an eco coming on through. Big Academy to go ahead, buy up into the next. Side 9 Pandas are most likely looking at their 5th, unless something really goes awry here. There's the chance of that, but I think it might be limited success. Alrighty, now we see them going ahead for this mid challenge. I have to say, Big Academy have nearly played it every round. Pistol. And I don't think it's working out too well for them. You might want to go ahead, rethink their approach into this map. Maybe call a timeout for themselves, back off. Up to play over towards that B side or A side direct. They tried that into a rifle round. Got gunned down previously, but they might have better success into the next. Side just balancing, glowing, find out the first few frags. It's all left down to prime taps. Mr. C9 and Sky. Stuck into a 3-4. Of course, no pick. That did come out of Arrow. Fairly helpful. See these players aggressing over here towards B. There's a player to deal with over there that is seized. Glowing finds out prime taps as he tried to get into snipers. As we see C's taking an engagement. He wins out first there. Mr. C9 living it down to Sky. Sky with the deagle in hand tries to drop bomb onto the ground. Finds the first, but not the second. I just bounce. Takes off his head after nading him. We'll see the side of 9 Pandas. Put it up at a 5th. Now be within 3 of converting the half successfully. Now, this rifle round is coming through. We do see Big Academy go ahead. They press back into mid. Now, as I was saying earlier, I thought this was a bit of a mistake in my opinion. I don't like that they keep challenging this. They've had limited success so far. We'll see what ends up happening here. And, ooh, Arrow. That's unfortunate. Back down ever so low, so early on. Single HP to his name. And that's a bit of a miss-smoke. That's a mistake. Still, engagement over here towards Khan is going to be one out by Sky to get things rolling. We do see the re-swing come through there from D1 Lettuce just a little bit late. He hasn't able to find a finisher. These players back on off. Up to play over here towards this B site. Now, they've had some success getting towards it. Really being able to get these bomb plants down like they hope. See how it plays from here on out. So they have the man advantage. Even if it is just by a single digit. Arrow being at 1 HP. We'll see if C's can go ahead and shut this down. He's got the AUG. He plays up aggressive. Makes his way. Finds out the first. Backs off. Finds the second. Finds the third. But Arrow, there on the trade, puts it down to a 2v3. And I just bounces there to go ahead and leave it all down to Mr. C9. He goes ahead. Plays up closer to sight. Goes for the swing. Finds the flick and eliminates the final player. Putting a 6th on the board for 9 Pandas Esports. Just like that, they're up by 5 and within 2 of converting the half successfully. And now, finally, a bit of a timeout coming out here from Big Academy. Now, this is an incredibly important one. They really need to think things through of where they want to be assaulting towards. 9 Pandas, they put up a stellar defense. It's like a brick wall that Big Academy has just been trying to push through, but no success. So maybe we'll see them go ahead with a bit of a change up in strategy. This mid position, this B psych, has been extremely turbulent for them. Maybe looking to throw a full execute over towards A could be the name of the game for themselves, but we'll see how they do opt to do this. I don't really expect the full buy to come through here. Maybe a bit of a half. See some deagles, see some armor. But I don't expect them to fully force up here. Round 9 is where we're going to see that rifle round come back through. But we'll see how that goes. And okay, so they go for the deagles, P250s. They've got themselves a Galil to use as well. That's going to be that heal rifle. And okay, they're doing the full execute towards A. Now, I wouldn't have done it in the eco, to be honest, because, well, I just bounce on the op. It's going to be able to go ahead and start to shut things down. Arrow loses his life first. That's going to be the Galil dropped. And as we see it, Mr. C9 try and make his way out along with Sky. These players just get gunned down one after another. And, well, oh, well, that is a bit unfortunate. They threw the execute, maybe pushed a little bit too early on off of it. The smokes hadn't bloomed as soon as they started to make their way out, and it's cost them quite a bit. It's all down to Prime Taps as he is alone back in a 1v5. Deagle in hand, player playing close up. That is D1 Lettuce looking to try and find him, and oh, timing! Works out nice to find out at least a bit of a 1D, able to reclaim the bomb, but sees his backline. I think this is over. Unless he does something incredibly surprising. I don't see that coming through, but you never know. Right, he's going to peek into I disbalance here. Ooh! Lift up shot. That gives him a little bit of space. We do see C's choking up towards him over by ramp. Gets himself over here by this fence and finds the final. That'll be all she wrote for a 7th round on the board for 9 Pandas. Also, chat, we appreciate all of the follows here onto the channel. This little project started yesterday by me and Dutch Boy. It seemed to be going well. Hope you guys have been enjoying. Seems like you guys have. But allowing us to go ahead and keep things going if you guys follow, it's very helpful. Anyways, get it rolling once again. Kalashnikovs and an up in hand. Finally, here for Big Academy. They do have this full rifle round. They go ahead, toss out a little bit of utility. A boost over towards ramp. Not able to net anything just yet. As we see players edging their way around. It looks like this is going to be assault over here towards A. It's limited utility for the execute. Drops over here towards mid. Prime taps. Oh, gets tapped out. He's surprised for the time being, but the onslaught towards A looks to be a go. We'll see the initial damage done to I disbounce. D1 Lettuce gets caught by the op. And advantage is shifted the way of Big Academy. This is where they could get things rolling, but they really got to win out this round. There's an engagement from Sky. On out against Glowing. It's put all down to I disbounce. Clacks. C's. This is 3v5, and save call could be made in this situation. Now a little bit of utility put down. Of course, we do have a bit of a DC coming out from 9 Pandas, so expect a bit of a tech pause coming up into the next. Unsure if there's just ping issues or if someone's computer crashed or what happened in that situation. But this round's gonna be quickly finished off. D1 Lettuce that had the disconnect. So hopefully it's not gonna last too terribly long, but regardless, that is a 2nd for Big Academy and a massive one at that. This is their chance to go ahead and really get things rolling for themselves if they're able to do so. Net themselves 5 rounds in a row, find a tie. They're back in the running for this map. But regardless, we're on a bit of a pause. It is what it is, unfortunately. But hopefully it won't last too terribly long. Anyways, chats, how are you guys doing today? Hope you guys have had a good one so far. Doing again for some ESEA Advanced, our own CSTV. Always a good time. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I have a CCT cast right after this match ends. So, long day for me, but I'll come back onto the channel for NA tonight, I reckon. I thought it'd be closer as well. It's a bit unfortunate that it's not. Still, there's a chance into this. This is Big Academy's chance into this. That being said, we're going to be seeing the initial shots being fired on through a little bit of utility. Ooh, the boost. Hyped. Nearly finds it. Bit of a whiff. If he had found that, that would have been a massive opener. Instead, he gets tagged down for himself. They had success there onto the A site previous last round. Maybe trying that again. Be a good look. See an engagement come through. D1. We got things rolling. Eliminates. Oh! No! I disbalance! Oh, a double headshot! Okay, that's... I think that might be the round, chat. Unless we see Prime taps an arrow. Do something rather atrocious. Oh, I disbalanced just on top of it today. Touchdown one, Prime taps an arrow. Man, I think this round is over. Thought your two teammates get executed there in Con, and all of a sudden you're into a 1v3. Having to reclaim the bomb over there on Cat as well. Take an engagement with Seized. Possibly reclaim the bomb and make his way back into this. But there's an op staring down the bomb, and it's unlikely. But, oh, look at that. He's able to grab it. Backs his way off over there. Over towards the B site, but as the swing comes through there from Seized, an 8th regardless on the board. 9 Pandas about to find their namesake. Could be able to go ahead and hit round 9 for themselves if they play their cards right. But what a mental shot there. Previous round. Double headshot through Con. Like, you see collaterals with the op every now and then. But a collateral headshot is something else. Yeah, call a timeout after that. Just think things through big. Need a moment to cool down after that. Oh, 8-2. Half converted. 9 Pandas looking for 9 Big Academy. Gonna be desperately pulling at straws from here on out. Try and put themselves towards 3 and 4. Now, look at this. Now, they're playing super aggressive. They just get themselves through Cat before anyone's able to react. See, the shots come through Arrow, and I like this change up in momentum. Of course, D1 Lettuce is trying to respond, finds one for himself on the Prime taps. Arrow goes for the trade, leaves it down to a 3v4. The retake is a possibility here for 9 Pandas, but it's going to be a lot more hard fought. We can see these players from Big Academy get themselves into a good position for the post plant. See, iDisbalance and Co make their way up through Market. There's a player going to be looking to come over from Cat's side, trying to do a bit of a split assault here for the retake. The initial utility be thrown on out. Nothing's confirmed yet. But I think, yeah, there's going to be a bit of a safe call made. They don't want to go for this. There's going to be a couple of players possibly looking for exits. Catch out these players over towards Cat, over towards Market. But as they look to run their way or through apartments. There's a little bit of KZ movement there. A third round will be on the board for Big Academy, and a much needed one at that. Now, what would you guys say win condition is here for Big Academy into this half? Of course, they've already lost the half out to a degree. It's currently 8-3. They're down by 5 rounds. If they could get themselves up towards 5, maybe 6, things will be in a good look. 9-6 half, not too terribly bad. If they do get stuck down at this 3 scoreline, though, it's going to be a hard one to come back from. I would even say 4 is doable on the CT side of Mirage. But I'll tell you right now, they cannot surrender too many more rounds in this half. Sticking at 3 is going to be a bit of a problem. We'll have the rum boost. Always a good little bit of flash. Bit of flare to get things rolling as we see them play out through mid. Oh! Eye disbalance. That is unfortunate. It's caught out. The Opera is done and dusted. Just like that, they've started to show cracks over here towards B, but it seems like they want to go towards A. Glowing, playing out of snipers. Able to find out Mr. C9 to find the equalizer. Of course, Arrow playing for the fight over here towards this ladder room. Is able to win it out by the skin of his teeth at that. Tag down to 9, but Clax on A, playing it sandwich. Prime taps. Of course, Arrow for 1 while Clax, oh no! Finds the double through the smoke. Leaves it all down to Hyped. Yelper. Looking to try and get into this. He makes his way over here towards the B site through apartments. No one's in market just yet to deny him space. He's allowed to go for free plant. Gets it down. Now, getting himself into a prime post-plant position is going to be rather important. Does he opt to play for fight? Or does he try and isolate the barriers? No, he'll play over here towards bench. Watching market for the time being. Playing behind site to right, starts to peer his way around, spots 1, Clax, falls away, D1 letters now. 1v1, looks to peek his way out, gets tags, the frag's not down just yet, Molotov goes out, tags him down further, and D1 able to catch him out with the help of the molly, finds the defuse, and puts a 9th on the board for 9 Pandas, namesake found. And now they're going to be lucky to go ahead and see if they get double digits in this half as well. Now, roll underway. Kalashnikov's in hand once again. Big Academy. Gotta get things rolling. I just balance. Look at this. So aggressive. Oh, bit of a mistake. It's caught out by Hyped, and that's the opener. They start to make their way over here through mid, possibly to play out towards Con. Shots ring through. See D1 Lettuce catch a couple of shots, gets tagged down even further through the wall. Sky able to find the finisher. Leaves it all down to the man on sides of Clax. Clax needs to come up in a big way. Finds the first, gets tags onto a second, but Sky is there to eliminate him and leave it all down to C's and Glowing. Now, Glowing, he could be able to salvage this, and he certainly starts to. Brings it down to a 2v3, back in the realm of possibility. But it's Hyped. Eliminate C's, Glowing all alone. Gonna need to shine brightly through this smog in order to do this. Pops down HG. Ooh, good kill there. I mean, 1v2, he's got a kit. Got a bit of utility. He finds out Arrow. It'll be Double. Blissfully unaware. The Arrow's so low HP. He backs on off, carrying over an op into the next. Of course, the hunt is coming through. Arrow. Oh! Able to gun him down with a quick headshot. We'll see Big Academy go ahead and put a 4th on the board. Oh, we do see things swinging once again. Of course, 5-7s. Beagle. Of course. A1S is an alt to use here. 9 Pandas are in a bit more of a rough spot. 9-6 possibly looks like a good position to be in. Well, as we do see Hyped go ahead, get boosted on up. We're seeing them play over here towards the B side once again. Hard to see some success over here at mid and B. So seeing them go for it once again, especially as it is a bit of a deco. Good luck. Flax is good for 1, but quickly, the rest of his team follows along with him. High disbalance tries to go for a peek. Maybe over aggressive there. He loses his life, and that is the round done and dusted with a 5th on the board. We could be seeing 9-6 here at the end of the half. See things coming underway. They play quickly to get themselves over here towards this mid position. Of course, they know it's a bit of an eco. There was a bit of a force up in the last. They saw the AWP, saw the A1S, denied them from being carried. Now it's all down to Deagles and an MP9. The shots ring through. Arrow is able to get the first on the board. That is Clax falling away on the A site. He's been the one holding that down time and time again. The one thing to note is Bomb is still back in C. C's is able to capitalize. Find out one D1 light is good for Bragg as well. Jumps away. Is eliminated though. And it's left all down to him and C's. And Ob's been picked up. So maybe C has got himself some Opera genes to use. Unfortunately for him, he doesn't. Especially C9 and Sky finishes off and put it 9-6 at the end of the half. It's a good half. It's a competitive half. It was looking to be a bit of a slam there from 9 Pandas there in the beginning, but their momentum did end up falling away. Only having a lead of 3 to work with. When we look at try and get this pistol round started off right, we'll see how this ultimately goes. Oi, Flax. Good shot there, able to start things off. Some aggression there in an underpass. Gonna betray the side of Big Academy. They lose 2 USPSs. Flaxon, glowing now, holding on to those. Able to find one each. Well worth it. Arrow, challenging. Different apartments. I think that's over aggressive. But we'll see if he can make it pan out. And as we do see Hyped playing aggressive there towards Remp, he does get some information, backs off. Hey, that's a beautiful one tap. Able to find one out as well. Gets information on iDisbalance, realizes he's kind of forced over here. Smoke goes down. Stalls things out a little bit farther, and his Clax finds a kill into Arrow. It's all down to Prime Taps and Hyped. Stuck into a 2v4. They're holding on to A for the time being. Rotate. They come through. Nothing confirmed just yet, though. C9 Pandas stall. Start to make their way forward. It looks like A's confirmed. Down below 30 seconds. They gotta make a move. Hyped, able to apply the first 2. Things look good. Brings it down to a 1v2 as his teammate falls. Of course, this USPS is fairly doable. He's got 43 HP. Aggresses forward. Makes his way into triple. Takes a fight. Wins the first. That's going eliminated. iDisbalance all alone. Goes ahead. Holds the bomb. But the swing up. Starts to come out. iDisbalance. He's teasing. Tap comes through. He nearly finds him. Tacks him down to 72. Starts to hold. iDisbalance. Jumping away. Has it confirmed. But there it is. Able to close it out. Finds the final there in the 1v1. And 9 Pandas advance from 9 into 10. Hitting double digits. Now have a bit of a 4-round lead to play with as well. As we do see a bit of a force up come out here from Big Academy. Sky able to afford himself up a bit of an A1S, while the rest of them onto the Deagles and 5-7, so possibly looking for the Deco upset. A little bit of utility played out. They drop on down. They're onto the B site. One player to hold it off. That is Mr. C9. Unfortunately for him, not going to be able to do it. Sky fall as well. As we do see Arrow and now Prime Taps being the last man standing. Goes for an engagement but loses it out. 9 Pandas at 11. You guys want to see kills? Here's kills. Enjoy. Get your fill. Alrighty, you guys good now? Alright, let's keep going. Alrighty, USPS round, and it's a rush out towards mid. I disbalance. Able to find out the first. Unfortunately for himself, Sky able to gun him down. Well, they play through Cat. They are aware that this is going towards B. Unfortunately, there, Sky trying to carry over a Kalashnikov does lose his life. That's a Mac 10 and an AK to be picked up. Maybe they back on off. Oh, as we do see this looking to come to an end. Oh, look at this. Wait a second. Arrow, I'm not sure what you were doing, but that's gonna be all she wrote for it. 12 on the board for 9 Pandas, now within 3 of map point. Yep, we do roll back underway. A bit of a rifle round coming on through, and the side of Big Academy desperately need to win this one out. They have 1S's, and they forced to use the up, able to sing out for the first. Is he hyped? Start things off. Prime Tap's good for one. Hyped, good for a second. Leaves it down to Clax and C's. Last 2 men standing. Just like that, things are in a bit more of a rough state, and this is where Big Academy could go ahead and start to gain quite a bit of momentum. Oh. So he's able to go ahead, pick himself up the up. And we do see Prime Taps find out Clax. And well, C's, I'm not sure what you do here. Probably save. I think the name of the game is save. Unfortunately, I don't think that's possible. Able to find out one. Sky does finish him off. See Big Academy go ahead and take their 7th. Now, we roll back underway. It is a decent rifle round out of both squads. Thing to note is 9 Pandas are narrowing towards the end of their economy. Let's see Big Academy break it. Possibly look towards 8, 9, and 10. They can do so. Momentum. Back underway. Edging their way around. It looks like this is going to be heading over here towards mid. Now, we saw Big Academy get some success here in this mid position there previously in the first half on their team side. But we'll see if 9 Pandas can do the same. Mr. C9 begins to look for fights. Some shots right through Mr. C9, able to find out one that's glowing for the other. Glowing gets tagged down. Arrow plays for a first fight, wins it out, but the second isn't had. Black's able to surprise him, leaves it down to Prime Taps and Sky here onto the retake. Post plans. Prime Pandas is going to be looking to be nice. I disbalance holding onto the yop there, watching from market window. The other two. Cat in apartments. Angles. Held. Flax. Ooh, unlucky. Spotted out. Prime Tap's able to find out one. Glowing falls as well. I just bounce. What do you got? Two. Finds out the first. Turns around, looks for the second, but Prime Tap's able to finish him off. Puts the side of Big Academy up at an 8th. Nice slow retake there in a 2v3. Plays it their way and puts themselves within 2 of double digits. Nice retake. Of course, that resets the economy of 9 Pandas. They're stuck onto the Deagles, looking to have that full buy coming up with round 22. Collects, man. What is up with this aggression? Unfortunately, it's not going to work out. Well, it's hyped to Sky. Just starting to gun these players down. All down to I just bounce and seized as Glowing gets HE'd out. Well, seized. There's not much to be done here. Unless you can really seize the day and find yourself an ace with the Tech 9. I don't really, see anything coming to fruition. Gets himself a bit of a deagle. Nice little print stream. His position's found out by the upper, bit of a whiff there, but Mr. C9 able to close it. As we do see 9 on the board. 10. Not be too far away. 9 Pandas, they do have themselves the full rifle round to use. They did save into the previous. Allow this buy to come out. The I just bounce back on the up. Kalashnikovs for the rest. Let's see if they can get things seriously rolling here or now. Here and now, rather. Or if Big Academy's comeback. Not just a mirage, but a dream come true. Utility being placed forward there pretty early on. 9 Pandas, they do play with a bit of pressure all over. Primarily over towards mid for the time being. It's still very easy to rotate over towards A, where they have a couple of players over there towards ramp. Palace. Of course, one towards underpass. I think this is going to be a bit of a split assault. Palace, it seems like they're going to play their way towards A. They're going to get prepped for the utility. Start to toss it out and execute. Now they're going to make their way up. This first engagement is going to be incredibly important. If you want to break onto this A site, you have to eliminate Prime Taps first. Of course, Hype being on site direct with the up is also going to be rather wary of. And as Prime Taps is rolling, I just balance. Eliminate first. Of course, the other players coming up from calm, they get mollied out position. Dot rings through. D1 Letters. Eliminate Hype there as he was blinded into a swing. Of course, Prime Taps reacts, plays over towards Palace, finds the first. That's Glowing being eliminated. So still kept under wraps, but D1 Letters starts to really crack things open. Now there are 2 players towards Ticket and CT. They need to get utility down to shield their view. As the engagement from D1 Lettuce from on to C9 comes out. Arrow and Sky into the retake 2v3. They start to make their way forward, use the gap of the smoke to make their way up. Seas gets caught out first. They get down to Klaxon, D1 Lettuce. Klax playing over here towards Firebox, watches for someone to maybe jump peek fire. No one does so, though. He gets the information. One player sees the barrel, goes ahead, finds both off of it. And Arrow and Sky are gunned on down, putting a 13th on the board for the side of 9 Pandas. Oh boy, what a huge previous round. 9 Pandas finding out that one nets their 13th, denies double digits the way of Big Academy. Starts to throw things back in their direction. Of course, nothing confirmed just yet. For the time being, I think we'll be seeing nine Pandas play a bit of mid-control, but the thing is, it seems that Big Academy will be trying to challenge this. Use the advantage of numbers. Make their way up, some shots ring through. Sky finds the first, of course. We see him good for a second as well, leaving it all down to iDisbounce, Klaxon seized. That advantage is rather firm here for Big Academy. Not over just yet. But it seems like this is going to be heading over here towards that A site, coming out of ramp, as well as Palace. Starting to advance their way forward. Shots, looking to ring on through. Klax needs to win his first engagement. Of course, he goes out with a bit of a couple of taps, but nothing connects. Hype playing over here towards stairs. Goes for the first. Oof! So quick. That's the bomb going down as well. All of a sudden, Klax's iDisbounce. I think this is all she wrote. I think back off here. Just 16 seconds to work with. Carrying over that Kalashnikov in that up. Work wonders into the next round, especially since your economy is so low. But regardless of it, Big Academy, they hit double digits. And just like that, they're within 3. Also, I'm not sure who my favorite team is right now. Really, I'm kind of waiting for CS2 to get into play to really determine who I'm going to be rooting for. I want to see who's able to adapt the fastest into the new game. But for the time being, I got nothing. I think we're going to see some teams that have been doing really well do really bad, and do some teams that are on the lesser end of Counter-Strike move their way up into Tier 1. I think there's a good possibility. I think a shake-up's about to happen. Anyway, into a rifle round, we do see 9 Pandas force on up. Of course, they carried over a Kalashnikov and an up. Klaxon, iDisbounce, holding on to those. Meanwhile, C's D1 Lettuce force up into Galil's glowing into a Deagle. Hyped. Get one through con. That's the opener. iDisbalance. Really unfortunate loss there early on. Oh, Prime! That is nice. Fine without Klax. Of course, Sky good for glowing. Of course, he does get trade out by C's, but now it's down to the 2 players that force up Galil's. We see one on a Kalashnikov here. D1 Lettuce. Putting onto that, C's picks himself up in A1S. They get a trade down into a 2v3. All of a sudden, we're back in the realm of possibility. One plays over towards Tetris and Sandwich. The other, looks like direct, but the player coming from Palace is going to be the issue. Shots ring through. D1 Lettuce loses his head. Sees, goes for an early swing, finds one, turns, finds the second, leaves it down to a 1v1. He's low, but Mr. C9 is going to be able to finish him off. And oh, it's so close on the 1v3 clutch up, but unfortunately for him, it's all going to fall away with Mr. C9 finishing it off and getting the defuse, putting an 11th on the board. NT. Alrighty, timeout coming through. 9 Pandas. Obviously thinking through their assaults. They've had a couple of problems here when it comes to getting on site. Big Academy been able to go ahead and close the scoreline quite dramatically. That was within 2. You see the side of 9 Pandas onto a Mac 10 and a Tech 9 type of round. I think we're going to see a bit of a change of momentum and a bit of a pop out over here towards B. Of course, Molotov goes down to stall things out. Gets a little bit of tiny damage off. Too terribly much. But as we see them start to make their way forward, Hyped finds the first one to seize. Of course, shots ring through there from Sky. D1 Lettuce able to find one for himself. Got a bit of an A4 to use. Love to see them find another frag, but the bomb going down, I think this is all she wrote. The Clacks, being 11A, but so is Mr. C9. Prime tabs. Nice little 2K there, even though it's a TK. Well, into the rifle round we go. A1S's, A4s, and up there for Big Academy. Meanwhile, 9 Pandas, Kalashnikovs, and Galil. Shots being fired on through. Nothing really collected just yet, though. As we do see Glowing find out one. Mr. C9 is there on the trade. Refragging back to a 4v4. Seems like this is going to be heading through con, though. Assault onto this A site. Could be a good luck. But, oh no! I just balance. Big whip there. And D1 Lettuce. Cut out by Prime Taps playing over towards Ticket. Or where are these players over towards CT? A little bit of utilities put down to stall things out. Of course, that is the CT smoke that came through. Clax able to punish Prime Taps. Makes his way onto Ticket, but as Sky eliminates Itis, bounce all down to Clax and seized. 2 players back in a 2v3. It's all down to Clax. Clax dinked out. Survives by the skin of his teeth after finding one. Taps for another. Misses the shot. Gets rounded on it. And Mr. C9 is able to close it out. The defuse is good. And that is the tied game. Big Academy able to bring it 13-13. Oh, dear Lord. This is not what you want to see if you're 9 Pandas. You had yourself such a monumental lead to play with. Coming into the second half. 9-6. It's good luck for them. As all their momentum fell away. Big Academy is taking it up. And put themselves at a tie. We roll back underway. 9 Pandas. Momentum seems to have dried up, but they have the rifles to Kalashnikovs. Be able to overturn this, break the tie back into their favor. Look for themselves. Right outs over there towards B, mid, and T. They're going to wait to see if any over-aggression comes through here from Big Academy that they can punish. I doubt we're going to see too terribly much. Everybody's holding firm for the time being. I doubt they're going to make that first move. I think they want to try and make 9 Pandas run into their crosshairs. See things get prepped up, Mr. C9. Do you find the first? Hype certainly does. We see Mr. C9 follow it up. That is seized and D1 Lightus being eliminated, leaving it down to I just bounced Klaxon now glowing. 2v5 and the round is pretty much done and dusted. No rotation to be had. Can't make their way towards A. Maybe Klax finds himself a bit of a kill. But here on a 2v5, this is just unlucky. Klax backs on off. Oof, Sky. Getting the information from his teammate at Palace. These are all down to glowing, who's alone and afraid and opting to save. That is all she wrote. 14 on the board. Now we roll back on the way, hyped. It's mollied out, but ooh, finds the first regardless. Sky, we good for one as well. That's the bomb being down. We'll see Sky double it up. It all down to Klax, and yeah, kind of expected here to see the side 9 Pandas fall, but 15 on the board regardless. Map point achieved. Big Academy. Major comeback. Now looks for one more. And put themselves at 16 and send us into map number 2. Of course, map number 2 is the pick of 9 Pandas. That's Overpass. That'll be coming up next. But we'll see just how far they can make this roll, as they are 2 rounds away as well. Heading overtime. Alrighty, chat, what do you think? Overtime, is it possible? The rifle round is coming through here for 9 Pandas. This is their last chance to get rolling. They cannot drop a singular round from here on out. We get back underway. Hyped and Sky are able to find out the first 2. Now, that leaves it down to Klax, Glowing, and D1 Lettuce. They play over here towards this side here for the time being. Over spawn. We're gonna go ahead and make their way over here towards mid. Klax picks himself up the Yop. Opting to see if he can take these long-range engagements like he's hoping. But we'll see how it goes. Make their way up, playing through mid rather gingerly. Yop plays over towards Cat. Forward. Player towards underpass to deal with as well. Hyped is under there. No, he's on Cat. That's my bad. Just red. Don't get flashed out. We tick down below 40. Mr. C9 finds out D1 Lettuce. Down to the final 2. Klax now all alone. Mr. C9 gunning down one after another. Klax seems to have a bead towards Colin. Of course, his players aggress forward. He finds out the first, but Hyped is there to close it. That'll be all she wrote. 16 on the board. And the side of Big Academy are able to come back and put themselves 1 up in the map pool. Very nicely done by both these squads, but 1 out quite nicely over by Big Academy there at the end. Certainly able to come back into it. It was lucky to be 9 Pandas game there in the beginning of the first half. Things were looking good for them. They were able to run nearly straight 9. It didn't work out for them though, only dropping 1 in that run. Of course, we did see Big Academy start to pick things up on their T side, able to go ahead, net themselves 5 rounds, put themselves up at a 9-6 half. Things looked good, and now we saw them come up into the second half. 9 Pandas again able to start off really nicely, 1 out the first 3 rounds, then drop 3, then found 1 more to go ahead and bring themselves to 13, but after that, slammed. We saw the side of Big Academy just absolutely run through them and finish it off 13-16. to their side. So very nicely done for Big Academy. They're up 1-0 in the map pool. They still have map number 2 to go to see if they can go ahead, try and end this off in a nice little 2-0 position. But of course, overpass, that is 9 Pandas pick, so nothing is up to decision just yet. Still a ways to go. Anyways, folks, we're going through it to a break. We'll see you guys in just a few. Throw it to some music to the pause screen, and we'll be back in just a bit.
I just wanna sleep forever. I wish you'd come. Stuck inside a dream forever. Climb only to fall. I don't wanna bring you down, so I lock myself away. I told you I don't need your help.
Alrighty, folks, hope you guys are doing well because it's time for map number 2. We're getting rolling into things here on Overpass as we see Big Academy and 9 Pandas looking to face on off here in the second map of this best of 3. And as we do get things rolling once again, 9 Pandas started off on the T side, Big Academy there on the CT. Start to see them make their way over here. Fountain and Long. Now, an engagement about to come through with Hyped and Sky. They're going to be looking for the first fight. They get flashed off for the time being. First shots are fired through, and we see it go the way of 9 Pandas. Seized and I disbalance, able to go ahead and find out the first 2. That gets things rolling. They don't commit towards A. Now, it's a bit of a fake. Look at this. They pulled away from Long immediately. Start to make their way back towards T-spawn. Could go con to B. Maybe just B site monster. And yeah, that's what they did. Look at that. It's a fake. That is a massive way to get things started off. I guess they took, let them know, never let them know your next move to the next level with that. Find 2 frags, back off, play their way onto the B site, get plant. Rotates are coming through, but it's too late to defend. Now a retake here on a 3-4 has to come out as Mr. C9 finds the first on the C's. Now, you see them edge their way forward. Mr. C9 loses his life. Of course, Arrow, good for 1 as well. Trades it down, puts it into a 2v3. It's back in the realm of possibility. Of course, Klax and Co. waiting patiently as Prime Taps finds out the first. Klax finds out 1. Him and I just bounce are able to close it out, though, as they find out the first. The way of 9 Pandas going 1-0 there off the pistol round. Righty, we get back on the way. Bit of a USPS round here. Big Academy. Well, as it is, a couple of Galeals, AK and a MAC-10. Things are going to be played out here rather quickly by 9 Pandas as they gun them down, leaving it all down to Arrow and Hyped. Shots ring through. We see Glowing with 1. Leaving it all down to Arrow. Arrow finishes it off. And 9 Pandas, they go ahead, hit 2-0. That's expected. Just a bit of a USPS round there out of Big Academy. They'll have the rifles coming up into this one. That's where things are really going to get things rolling. Well, as we do see the Galil's Kalashnikov, MAC-10 coming on through here for 9 Pandas that were carried over. The A1S's and FAMAS comes out to meet it. It's going to be where things start to get a little bit more here for 9 Pandas. They've had themselves an early lead going 2-0, but of course, since we did see the force up out of Big Academy there in the previous 3-0 is not a shard. It could be 2-1 very easily. Big Academy play their cards right. Things are being played out here cautiously in the beginning. 9 Pandas fully aware that was a save round there coming up against a rifle. We're seeing if anyone might over-aggress that they could possibly catch out. They're way up. Way over towards A. Players over here towards Long to challenge. Both behind half wall, so no altercations just yet. I think I just bounced my spotted one. Drops a flash, backs off, not wanting to over-engage. Helps to play out bathrooms. See the rest of his team start to fill in the gaps, playing over here towards shorts and bathrooms. The initial engagement about to come through. Mr. C9 starts to ring up, gets some tags on the C's, doesn't tag him down all the way, but he's at 28. That might be where they're forced to go back. It seems like they're going to rotate over here towards B. They're playing rotate after rotate. It's working out quite nicely at that. They'll look to get themselves out here towards B. Engagement comes through. Shots from D1 Lighters finds out the first. Mr. C9. Finds the trade though, leaving it down into a 4v3. Of course, glowing. Good for a frag as well. 3v4, but ooh, hyped. That's a brazy peek. Finds one I see. Exits the smoke there in heaven. Finding out glowing. Leaving it down to Mr. C9, Sky, and Hype to retake. As I just bounced Clax and seized. Way up. Carefully, there's smoke down that is isolating these players. One that gets boosted up is Eliminate. That's I just bounce Eliminate. They're aware that Seize is going to be there as well. But Clax playing out Monster finds out one for himself. Now Sky there on the trade. Leaves it down to a 1v2. Seize, no, he needs to play time. He can't enforce these engagements, but just found out the edge of the smoke. No kit he had in Hype's hand. Sky picks it up, but I don't know if time is had. And oh, it's so close. Big Academy are going to be able to take it. That'll be the first round on the board for themselves, and they bring it back within one. As we get back into things, we do see a bit of a rifle round coming on through once again. Big Academy got themselves carried over AKs and A1Ss. Meanwhile, 9 Pandas full by up in the hands of I disbalance. The rest of them, Kalashnikovs. And for the time being, they're going to be playing it out rather carefully, rather slowly. They're aware of what went awry there in the previous. Are going to look to try and improve upon it. Last round, man, A site was shut down for business. Of course, rotating over towards B, they played for the post plant. The retakers, rather successful, some brazy plays. Worked out extremely well for them. See how it rolls. Blacksmith. Way up. Shots ring on through. Starts it off on the Hype. Yep, that is a big opener. Giving themselves shorts and bathrooms control for the time being. There is a player that is behind them. Be able to deal some major damage. That's Sky. He's playing out bathrooms. Of course, Prime Taps goes ahead, forces an issue. Plax. Traded out. Still, as Sky finds one. Glowing is eliminated by Mr. C9. I disbalance and Seize. The last 2 minutes staying. They try and get themselves final down. Seize. He's labored in the spray, but he wins it out. And leaves it all down to I disbalance as he gets a tag off as well. Now this op needs to ring out. He finds out for the first, backs off. Arrow opts to play in the smoke. Plays on the opposite side of the entrance. Gets himself over towards signboard, but I disbalance. Able to peer on through. Finds out the final through the truck. To put the side of 9 Pandas at a third. And deny a tied game the way of Big Academy. Now, of course, bit of a go round coming out of Big Academy. That's expected here. They're looking to go ahead and have the economy for the next. We'll see 9 Pandas just flood their way over there towards B. They were looking to take the fights if it was a gamble stack, but since it's not, it's done for free. No HP damage done. We see a lot of Mac 10s here, so they're certainly going to be hunting. Little forward up rifles and Kalashnikovs in the next. And as we see the initial shots look to fire on through, I disbalance loses his fight, but D1 Ledis with the Mac 10 starts to grind up a little bit of cash. This Glowing is able to follow it up with 2 for himself. Now they go ahead, just run him down with Glocks. That'll be all she wrote. And 9 Pandas hit their 4th. Now we get back underway. Fairly full rifle round for both squads. Still a Mac 10 in the hands of C's. The rest of them opting for the Kalashnikovs and the op. Well, Big Academy, they're in a bit more of a rough buy. They were able to afford up the AWP for Hyped. But Arrow On the FAMAS here for the time being. The rest of them all on A1Ss. Lesser weapon. We'll see if it does the work, but is confirmed here for the time being. They edge their way up, possibly playing their way towards A. Bomb still in the back of stairs. He'll be picked up here. Likely by Clax, but as we I disbound start things off. Sky playing over here at bracket. Looks to play for the first fight. He's going to be able to find out one. That sees with the Mac 10 being eliminated. The Equalizer comes through. He tries to drop a smoke, but unfortunately for him, D1 Lettuce there in party able to swing onto him. Gets the refrag and leaves Arrow. Prime taps. And Mr. C9 as the last team standing. They're edging their way around. Looks like they still want to commit towards A. There are two players to hold it off. Looking at Mr. C9 along with Prime Taps. Play for the fight directly here on A. 2v4 towards site. One rotating up. He could be able to get the backstab. Arrow. Now, he's pivotal player here. If he can find out the first two, things could look good. But Mr. C9 looks really good. He's able to find one out as well. We see Mr. Arrow along with it. Grind out one with a Mac 10 and pick himself up the op. While Prime Taps is there to find a closer at Dice. That is a second on the board for Big Academy, bringing themselves back within two. Now, as things do get swinging, we have ourselves a bit of a rifle round. We see Kalashnikovs along with the Galil and an op in the hands of iDisbalance. Of course, our economy is on the bitter drink of despair. There's bots all the way down to zero. Max of $100 in their bank accounts. Bit of a gamble stack here out big. There were some shots being fired over towards B. They fall for the bait and rotate over. B's side, we'll see one player rotate their way back up through graffiti since there's nothing confirmed just yet. A little bit of aggression. Would it be too misplaced there to go ahead? They're all monster. Take a flight towards construction and con. They do rotate back towards B. It seems like 9 Pandas want to challenge it here. Now, I think this might be a bit of a mistake. There are 3 players to play for fights. One towards barrels. One playing anti-flash. Towards pillar. As the engagement looks to come through, Clacks on the boost. Could come up massively. He certainly does, finding out the first and the second is glowing. Eliminates Mr. C9. Of course, we do see Sky go ahead, try and get a bit of revenge, playing out a con, gets a refrag, but as Prime Taps, his teammate is eliminated. Sky, fully aware he needs to try and back off, finds one, but it's tagged ever so low, and he runs away from the site towards Fountain to try and carry over that A1S into the next. Now, 9 Pandas winning that out. One does save their economy. Losing that many rifles, the greatest look, but still, the work was done. Meanwhile, Big Academy, rather tentative state. Don't be able to afford up into the next. We'll be seeing 9 Pandas look at 5 and now 6 into the next as well. It's a possibility for both.
Terrorists win.
Go, 5 on the board. Well, as we do see one A1S, that's going to be a bit of a hero rifle here. P250 Steagle's being bought up alongside of it. 9 Pandas should be looking at an easy 6 to say the least, unless 9 Pandas decide to go for the kill. 9 Pandas should be looking at an easy 6 to say the least, unless 9 Pandas decide to go for the kill. 9 Pandas should be looking at an easy 6 to say the least, unless 9 Pandas decide to go for the kill. 9 Pandas should be looking at an easy 6 to say the least, unless 9 Pandas decide to go for the kill. 9 Pandas should be looking at an easy 6 to say the least, unless 9 Pandas decide to go for the kill. 9 Pandas should be looking at an easy 6 to say the least, unless 9 Pandas decide to go for the kill. 9 Pandas should be looking at an easy 6 to say the least, unless 9 Pandas decide to go for the kill. 9 Pandas should be looking at an easy 6 to say the least, unless 9 Pandas decide to go for the kill. 9 Pandas should be looking at an easy 6 to say the least, unless 9 We see Sky do something monumental. That A1S. That's really the key. There could be an upset in this round. It is feasible. But it's incredibly hard fought to do. As we see some initial aggression come on through, Hype is eliminated. Glowing finishes him off, leaving it down into a 4v5. Swing comes out. V1 meta is good for one, but there's Sky able to finally sing out. Remember that A1S. Of course, the Deagle in the hands of Prime Taps looks really hot as well. The USPS closes out C's. See how I just bounce glowing all of a sudden stuck down into a 2v3. This round's, like I was saying, the upset. Certainly possible. Quick shot there. We see the opener come out with him, Mr. C9 and Sky shutting it down into the retake. We'll see Big Academy go ahead and put themselves up at a third and bring themselves back within 2, keeping this rather close for the time being. Alrighty. Get underway. Bit of a deco type of round. 9 Pandas. On Glocks as well. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out my schedule for the rest of the day. I think my CCT matches were canceled. I'm not 100% sure, so I'm trying to double check things out. Because I had some South American matches I was supposed to cover today. If not, we'll transition into the next ESEA advanced match. Anyway, we'll see it quickly finished off Big Academy. That was a bit of a deco, so seeing the side Big Academy go ahead and put a fourth on the board isn't too expected. Now we're going to be looking to see if it's going to be 5-5 here, or if 9 Pandas are going to be able to use this rifle round to go ahead and keep the lead to their side. Alright, seems like my South American matches were cancelled. So hopefully, if all goes well, we'll cover straight into the alternate aTTaX MOUZ next game. Anyway, see a swing come on through. Arrow is able to go ahead and find out the first, playing aggressive out construction. He's got for 2 as well. Klaxon seized. Both being eliminated there leaves it down into a 3v5, and all of a sudden things are in a rather scary position. Being played out rather cautiously. Academy over-aggressing like he did it there in the beginning of the round. They just played for information. One fights off of it. It's glowing. His back gets caught by Sky. We see I just bounces his last man standing. He needs an ace here. He's got a Molotov and a smoke to use. No bomb in his hands. But as he finds out the first, he's tacked down to 79. Drops the smoke. Backs off. He's in a good position to reclaim bomb as well. The player that was watching right here towards tunnel has left, and he's able to make a runner up towards the pallets to grab bomb. Ooh. Plays con, bit of a mistake. Probably need to run fountain, but opted not to and loses his life. We see Sky finish it off and put Big Academy at the tied game in that rifle round. Now we're going to be looking at 9 Pandas. Going to be in a desperate bid to try and bring this back later on. They don't have the economy to go ahead and buy up into this one. We'll see the full buy come out big. This should be a 6th for themselves unless we see Clax glowing and D1 Lettuce do something rather surprising. Now, Arrow is able to go ahead and find out the first side is Bounce. Let's find a kill, but D1 Lettuce is there on the trade, leaving it down into a 3v3, keeping it nice and close together. That rifle picked up can pay out in dividends if they play their cards right. There's Clax. Goal is on the dig. Might trade over one of these rifles over to the player with more HP. But utilities being put out. Edge their way forward. Ooh. Good shots there. Prime taps. Loses his life. Of course, hyped is good for one, but quickly is traded back by D1 Lettuce. And all of a sudden, and Pandas, oh dear God. You're back into this. This was looking like an impossible round. You had only pistols to use, but you're able to bring it back against the rifles of Big Academy. The Sky is now all alone. Pitches his way forward, coming out a monster. Looking for the engagement against D1 Lettuce. If he wins that, it's a good luck. Starts things off, finds the first, brings it down to Clax. Clax, he's got himself an A1S, playing behind pillar, watching for him to make his move. Needs a low bit of utility come out, swings and finds the kill. Clax, there to clutch it up, gets the eco, and puts a 6th on the board for 9 Pandas. Just like that, they break the tie back into their favor. They're up by 1. Now, as we do get swinging once again, rather important round coming out both sides. Now, the thing is about the economy of Big Academy, it's in a rather turbulent state. They have a couple of players that should be able to afford up into the next, while 3 of them are down below 1,000. You're looking at Arrow, you're looking at Prime Tabs, you're looking at Mr. C9, all being below that 700 marker. Meanwhile, the side 9 Pandas, their economy is in a bit of a better state. 3 players up above 1,000. Of course, D1 Lettuce glowing below 1,000, but they should be able to be afforded up into the next regardless. As we see these players tentatively looking to challenge A. Some spam comes through and sees. Mal gets caught out there, tagged all the way down to 16. Arrow followed up. Bit of a kill there. D1 Lettuce. Watson put 5v4. Utilities played out. Making their way over here towards B. They start to pop their way forward. Player. Close sides over in water. That's hyped. Smoke is dropped by him, but glowing. Spamming him through the smoke. Finishes him off. Puts it down into a 4v4. glowing. Find himself a quick double. Stuffed all down to Arrow. Arrow all of a sudden all alone. Oh boy. A brutal place to be in as Seized finds out his back. And puts a 7th on the board and brings themselves within 1 of converting the half. T's side of overpass. Now, we are swinging underway once again. A shot rings through. Oh, I just balanced. That's a bit rough. Ooh, it's hyped. One for himself. Down into a 5v4. Big slowed down to a slow crawl. Initial pick by Hyped. AWP. Rather massive look for them. Rest of them are on USPSs. Deagle in hand for Sky. I think picking up whatever rifle glowing drop there. Be the name of the game. Hyped Piers is going through. Ooh! Finds out one there on the Clax. Of course, he's traded. That's the only rifle in the hands. Big Academy being eliminated. The Deagle tries to salvage. We do see Sky with 1. Arrow finds a frag as well, but as he falls, Mr. C9 joins him in the grave, and it's all down to Prime Taps. Prime Taps. Okay, he's playing over towards construction. Bomb goes down. He plays behind pillar. Prime Taps. Doesn't go just yet. Carefully. He has to peer through construction. D1 Ledez. The timing onto it. And we'll see 9 Pandas themselves to a converted half, and now they just need 1 more to go ahead and put themselves at their namesake once again at 9. Now, back underway. Full rifles used for both squad shots. Sing on through. Nothing much connecting up just yet, though. Now, that's Mr. C9. Finds out 1 there on the Clax. Beginning to be opened up. Still, it's down to a 5v4 with the advantage. Going the way of Big Academy, but oh, flowing. Okay. Do it like that, then. Finds a bit of a spam through the wood there to go ahead and get the equalizer. Prime Taps, and that's a huge opener. All of a sudden, things are back into the realm of possibility. The remainder of 9 Pandas, the 4 players, edging their way up here towards this B site. 2 players to hold it down, 1 towards PD, 1 on site direct. Hard to play for fights, glowing. Flash bounce into him, but he's able to find out the first, of course. Plant. Ooh, Arrow. Through sub finds 1, goes for the second. Of course, D1 Lettuce is there for the trade. Down to Mr. C9 and Sky here onto the retake, this post plant. In a rather rough state. Way up Sky. Ugh. Swinging a bit too wildly there. Don't lose it. Like that, Mr. C9 backs on off, looks to carry over. 9 Pandas hit their namesake, officially putting themselves at 9. now we roll back underway. You see a bit of a rifle round coming on through. Hype plays quickly to get himself in the playground. Wins the first fight, not the second. Pandas is there to catch him out. Glowing. For himself, they traded down to the 3-4. It's Sky! Crazy swing. Loses his life there, and he certainly will, but still, it's straight down into it. Beat through with the advantage going the way of 9 Pandas. They've got 2 there. Equalized out with his death, but unfortunately, him, not the case. Way up over here towards A, I think 9 Pandas. Get a read onto this, but so the Academy, they're fully aware. Probably heading towards A. They're going to send up 1 towards Con. The other towards Garbage. Ooh, good timing. Arrow. Able to find the equalizer at the back when Lettuce was exposed. Is a rather pivotal kill. Klax makes his way up, playing over towards the truck. The shots from Mr. C9. There's 1 out. Flowing incredibly low, playing around truck. They play for time, but the shots from Mr. Z9 are rather concise, and another 9-6 half is hit. There in the first half of map number 2. Nope, as we do get rolling. See a bit of a pistol round coming on through. Of course, Big Academy now on the T side. 9 Pandas on the CTs. Well, it could be a bit of a pop out over here towards B. We'll see them start to edge their way up towards Monster. Not fully committed towards it. They edge their way back, not wanting to over-aggress. I'm still postured for it, but players have rotated up towards T stairs. Making their way over towards Ramp. By Fountain and Playground. See 2 players tentatively looking to go away. Still the majority. Over towards B. That would be hard fought. The fact. 4 players holding this site. Run out. We tick down below 40 seconds. The Academy's got to look to make a move. Now, 9 Pandas, they held firm, and it's going to work out nicely for them. P1 Lettuce able to start things off. Sky there on the trade. Leaves it down to him 4v4. Of course, at range, Arrow starts to win. Fights glowing. Good for 1 as well, but it's tagged down and eliminated. Living it down to Klaxon. Their way up, they play quickly. Shots ring through. Private Apps able to find out 1. Klax there on the trade. Eliminates Sky. Leaves it down to a 1v2. He starts to now coming up slowly. We can see Prime Taps go for the swing and find out his head. Putting a 7th round on the board for Big Academy. They bring themselves within 2. Now, a big pistol round coming out there. Of course, we do the 9 Pandas on a bit of a force. Now, opting to save. A couple of scouts. A couple of digs, a 5-7, and a CZ. And an interesting spot to be holding. It works out! The triple boost! Okay, Klax! Hits himself a nice little double, and just like that, Arrow and Heights fall very early on. Well, as we do see D1 Lettuce find out 1 there at the edge of the smoke. Man, oh man, things have fallen apart. Mr. C9 gonna lose his life to D1. All down to Sky. Well, as we do see D1, let us close it out. That will be double digits for 9 Pandas. That was a very strange round. But hey, it works out nicely. Now, double digits being hit there. They do deny any momentum the way Big Academy look to take it up themselves. And AK and Galil brought over. Scouts. And carried over as well. Bonus up there for Itis Bounce as he looks to go ahead, try and forward himself an op into the future. Meanwhile, an M4 is spot up as well. Now, an engagement there with Clax. Going to be a bit of a miss. We see Prime Taps might find himself a bit of a tap there with a Tech 9. Trading back down into a 4v5 with the advantage going the way. Ease. Nothing's guaranteed just yet. See them continuously move. Ooh. For the time being, we're going to see a bit of a stack over here towards Beacon, now rotating over this way. Bit of a mistake. That's massive. Able to go ahead, find out the first two with sprays. You see him look for another, gets tagged down, backs off. Sky is in pursuit. That's a mistake. The bomb flies towards D1 as he backs off. Prime Taps and Hyped gotta try and pick up the pieces. It's a 2v3 with a retake. The bomb gonna need to come underway. That is unlucky. D1 let us find a frag. Prime Taps is there for the trade. Of course, he's got himself an AK to use now. He makes his way over towards B. The issue is glowing. Waiting over. Playing over by the pillar. Spots out one and guns him down and puts an 11th on the board for 9 Pandas Esports. Now we roll back underway. A Deagle, a Glock. That's really about it there for Big Academy. This is where 9 Pandas are most likely going ahead and hitting 12. As we do see glowing go ahead and start to tear and shred them away. We do Mr. C9 get a bit of a trade. Edge their way around. Play up over towards that A site. See them go for a bit of a boost. That picked up MP9. Needs to do quite a bit of work. Unfortunately, at range, it's not going to be the answer. They do play up through long and are able to advance quite far. DC's to opt to go ahead and play by truck there in the corner. Itis Bounce eliminates one, finds two. We see the A1S of Seized finish off the final two. Of course, that is 12 on the board. 9 Pandas rounds away. Well, as we are back into the rifles, we see A4s, A1Ss, still carried over in an opt to use there for 9 Pandas as they look to try and secure themselves a 13th. Meanwhile, Big Academy, they got the rifles to use as well, and that's an important one. The initial shot here from Itis Bounce going to sink out. Hey! Finding out the first there. D9 is a great look. play their way around. Look to put down a little bit of utility. Looks like Big Academy want to go ahead and commit towards this A site. Maybe it's a fake. Look at this. The bomb's rotating down towards Con. They do leave Sky to throw out a bit of utility over towards the A site from Bathroom. Go ahead and try counter whatever comes out here. Prime taps is able to start things off. Of course, D1 Lettuce is there with the trade, of course. Hate. Frags it back. Seized. Play for a fight. Balance. Found out just yet. These. Peers through and finds the first. That's a huge opener. They smoke off destruction there. Guys around, of course. Flowing, just holding. Being spammed out quite a bit. Guy forced off of it and eliminated. We'll see the defuse be good, and I just balance find the final. I'm Pandas, able to take yet another. Trying to take us into map number 3. They're beginning to look like it. They're only 2 rounds away. Of course, an extremely long run of rounds could come out as well. Back and forth. The HE go off there on prime taps. Down just a little bit for it. Not too terribly much. Starting to play their way out of monster. They play quickly. Get themselves by pillar. The utility coverage is quite nice. Allows them to get forward. Of course, Clax did find one, but both of them, himself and D1 Lettuce, caught out and put a 4v3 with the advantage. Back away a Big Academy. But a retake could be in the works since we get seized quite close by Graffiti. Be looking for that first frag to equalize it out. And yeah, no. A safe call being made. I just bounce, holding on to the up. Looking for exits to go the way of A, but see if that works out. Ooh, Mr. C9. That gets caught out there. I think he survives this. He does. Barely, though. 10 HP to his name. We get ourselves to a 13. Academy winning out that one. They can go ahead and use that momentum to put themselves then. Could look good. Of course, with a bit of utility being played, we see these players advance their way up here through playground party. Engagement comes through and oh, Arrow, that's unfortunate. He's going to eliminate his teammate Sky. Just got a frag for prime taps. Okay. Just spam away as the smoke fades away to find out too. Leaves it all down to Seize. I just balance Seize. Tries to seize us the opportunity. Come back into this. Pops down Molotov, but he's a little bit too late. Hyped. Close at hands. Closes him out. See how I just balance all alone. Opting to save, and the round's going the way of Big Academy. That's going to be a 9th for themselves. And I just balance is able to go ahead and find himself one, puts it down to a 1v2. He has himself a kit. He's descending back down, but I doubt he's going to be able to get there in time. Backing off, probably the best call. Yeah, he's just looking for exits right now. Now, we get back underway, of course. Just pistols used for the most part here for 9 Pandas. They do have themselves eye disbalance with the up that was carried over. It's going to need to be a pivotal rifle if they want to find the upset. That's unlikely, though. Edge your way up slowly and carefully. Really spread around the map. Big Academy. Overcommitted towards either side. They know there's an op present somewhere. They either want to catch him out or circumnavigate him entirely. If they can avoid the sight with the op, things are in a rather good light for them. That AWP could really cause an upset. Your way around. The utility gonna be tossed out. Looks like they're gonna execute over here towards A. Of course, the up is towards B. As they make their way up, Glowing Zone 1 in a good position to respond, but still, it's a gamble sack over towards B, and unfortunately, gamble does not pay out. We'll see the bomb go down, post flank come through, and we'll see 9 Pandas just go ahead and scurry away to carry over the up as well as these pieces of armor. Little bit of firepower that they have. They'll have full buy into the next regardless, but carrying over that armor would be a huge help in terms of buying power. So, letting them do that makes quite a bit of sense. Alrighty, once again we get back underway. We see ourselves into a heavy-handed rifle round that op carried over. Oh my god, I just balanced to have quite a bit of funds to go forward with. Meanwhile, Big Academy, they've plenty of cash as well. A bit of utility being tossed out both ways. We do see prime taps. Catch quite a bit of damage there early on. Goes ahead, tries to force the fight. Unfortunately for him, Seized is going to be saved by D1 Lettuce there. And, oh, D1, that's aggressive. Works out for one, but still the trade comes through. Arrow able to find the refrag. See him go ahead, press the issue a little bit farther to win out another fight, but as Clax trades him out while blind. Almost dropped. That's going to need to be re-picked back up, but that gave a little bit of time. Out of 9 Pandas to get adjusted to this B site. Edge your way around. Go ahead, throw a little bit of default utility to try and get themselves on the site. There's a player over here towards water to deal with, one towards graffiti. It's gonna be hard fought to get themselves out. Really, if he had another smoke, it'd be a good luck, but Hyped is able to get himself on site. Mr. C9 knows he has to challenge. Unfortunately for him, he loses out the fight handily. But oh, Hyped! That is a great shot there. Wins out the first fight, makes his way around, plays over towards water, trying to watch graffiti and heaven at the same time. Peeks around, he sees Itis bounce, goes for the second. He's aware it's over towards heaven, doesn't want to over challenge, but the shots from Glowing sink through. He gets tagged out by the up and survives to tail the tail. And we'll see 9 Pandas go ahead and hit 14 on the board for themselves. Bring themselves within 1 at that point. Now, as we get back underway, we're into the rifles once again. Big Academy. Their economy. Getting down into a dire state. Prime taps and hikes within the hundreds. Well, there's a couple thousand used in between the other players, so too terribly bad just yet. But as a shot from I just balance rings through. The openers come up. And the shots ring out with seized, finding himself too. Of course, that's prime taps. And hyped, both eliminated. Leaving the final two to try and make their way out. Unfortunately, here for Big Academy, I think this might be also route. This is looking like 15. That point about to be on the board. Oh, hyped. Not sure what you can do here. You have to pull off an astronomical ace in order to pull this off. 40 seconds, and he finds the first end to it. Gotta deal with a player over towards Monster, player towards Con, one towards Graffiti, and one at Long. Players so separated. Barely see that coming through. He's looking for the boost. The problem is, right around the corner, it's glowing. Just watching for him here. Pairs of Con. Gonna go ahead. Up not to challenge. And hyped, saving over. Just 10 seconds remaining. We'll see the op be brought over, but 9 Pandas will hit 15 with this. Ooh, flash comes through. Nice, no scope. Able to go ahead and find himself a final kill there at the end of the round. He does carry over the AWP. 15's on the board for 9 Pandas, though. We're looking at map number 3 right now. It's really beginning to smell like it. As they get back underway. Full rifles to use for both squads, or at least for the most part. Big Academy knocked down on 1 Tech 9. Now you have to make a run of 5 rounds to take us into overtime. That is unlikely at this point. Well, as Sky finds out the first, glowing. Caught on the man advantage starts to go the way of Big Academy. Now, this is the way to do it. Start to edge their way up, play over here towards A. Player to watch out for is I just balance. Seized, playing in short. Bracket is watching over towards bathroom. Found just yet. Way up. See him take an aggressive stance, but it seems like Big Academy are going to rotate over towards B. He's got the information on this. Look at this. He does find out the first. That's hyped. Being eliminate Sky. Down the trade, able to leave it down to a 3v4, but now it's heading down into a 3v3 on site at B. I just balance. Being patiently with the op. Looking and trying to find the first behind pillar. Ooh, he opts the challenge. Spots one, gets caught. Leaves it down into a 3v2. Now making his way up. This retake is now up in jeopardy. Let's see D1 let it start things off. Clax is eliminate. D1 falls as well. And Big Academy are able to continue this map on at least another day. They hit 11. Get back underway. Bit of a deco. 9 Pandas. looking to try and close things out, but this is probably not going to be the round for it. We'll probably see Big Academy put themselves up at 12 with this one. Of course, the player to be wary of is going to be iTTaX Bounce. There's been a couple of times where he's over-challenged with his up, especially here from Pillar. Peeking at a monster to try and get themselves an early frag. Smoke's about to fade. Players here from Big Academy have opted out, but opting to play over towards A. They know that the gamble stack has been primarily over towards that B site, and they're assuming that could be the case here. Way around. Their way up through long. I think Glowing might have spotted them out, and the rotate took them through pretty quickly, coming up from Graffiti. First engagement. Comes up from Glowing, able to find himself too. Of course, Sky, they're on the trade, goes for a second, of course. We do see it left all down that hype as iTTaX Bounce finds one, seized, finds the final. And that'll be all she wrote. 16-11 on the board. 9 Pandas will take us into map number 3. It's currently sitting 1-1 in the map pool. Things are all of a sudden in a bit more of a dicey state for the side of Big Academy. They were looking to try and do this in 2-0, but now as it sits 1-1, we look at Anubis coming up next, chat. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with that one in just a little bit. Anubis is on the docket. It's the final map of this match. We'll be looking to see that one come underway in just a little bit. Now, folks, I'll be back after a quick break, and we'll see you guys very soon.
Are we just backseat lovers? Am I just wasting my time? Moving fast undercovers, 'cause I know you'll never be mine. Loving on the low key left me kinda lonely. If you can see what I see, I'll just take a backseat for now. I'll just take the backseat. I'll just take the backseat. I'll just take the I'll just take the Am I just a backseat lover? Are you just passing your time? Mess around like it's summer, as long as the attention is mine. Loving on the low key left me kinda lonely. If you can see what I see, I'll just take a backseat for now. I'll just take the backseat. I'll just take the backseat. Backseat lovers. I'll just take the backseat. I fight fires all around me. I stay silent when I'm drowning. I never wanted you to notice. I always always wanted to stay out of focus. It's me against myself. Feels like I'm on the wrong side. I feel like someone else watching from the outside. It's me against myself. Feels like I'm surrounded and I'm broken. I need someone to fix me. I don't know where to turn. I don't know how to tell you when everything falls apart, and I'm afraid of losing what's left. Yeah, I'm afraid of me and what's next. Thoughts spin round in my head and I'm still catching my breath. Lately, nothing makes sense at all, 'cause it's me against myself. Feels like I'm surrounded, but I don't ask for help, 'cause I feel like I can't win. It's me against myself. Feels like I'm on the wrong side. And I'm broken. I need someone to fix me.
when the beat gets rough. Back to the
Alrighty, folks, hope you guys are doing well. It is that time once again. We're getting into the third and final map of this matchup. Of course, it is 9 Pandas versus Big Academy. Both these teams raring and ready to go as the map pools currently sits 1-1 in this series. Time to tell who's gonna be able to take it as we do move forward. And of course, Fox, the P250s, the Dualies, and the USPS is coming out here into the pistol. Let's see what Anubis can give us. One wanting to aggress just yet. Totally overburden the rest of the teammates, but as we do see D1 let us start things off, Klax is able to follow it up, finding out one for himself, living it all down to Sky, Arrow, and Hype. We're now stuck into 5 here into the post. A seamless and flawless execute there by 9 Pandas onto the A site. Looked or B site rather, looked rather nice for themselves, but the retake has to look nice as well. A lot of stuff edged away around, shots ring through. I just found able to find out one. We see Hyped there for one as well, but the tree through from Midas balance, and just like that, Hyped is all alone. Hyped alone and afraid. Needs to be rather hype in order to do this. Able to find out the first, needs to isolate the rest of these fights. The peaks come through, and Glowing is able to close it out, putting a first on the board, the way of 9 Pandas, and getting things rolling on the right foot of their T side on Anubis. We get back underway. Attack 9 Deagle type rounds. Or there are 5-7 Deagle. XM in the hands of Hyped. We'll see how that works. So he's tossed out. The shots start to ring. We see Glowing get tagged out, but D1 Letters and Glowing are able to find out the first 2. Scene 9 did find one before he fell, but it might be all she wrote for that. Yep, as they edge their way around, play towards that B site. Players come through T-spawn, but the thing to be wary of is going to be seized here. See, patiently around the corner as we do see him. Oof, at the wrong time and be eliminated. Arrow guns him down, and that's a rifle picked up. I have a feeling Big Academy aren't necessarily going for this. They might try and save over a little bit of firepower they have for the next. I can't really blame them for that either. Playing it cautiously, carefully, trying to carry things over is definitely the name of the game here. See the bomb go off. Another round on the board for 9 Pandas as they set themselves at 2. We roll back underway. That carried over Galil going to need to do quite a bit of work, but regardless of the matter, looking to see if 9 Pandas can go ahead themselves up at a 3rd, and they should be able to do so. Seize does find out first. See him good for 2, gunning them both down, leaves it down to Arrow. Time taps. Mr. C9. Players start making their way out over here towards A. Regardless, the plan will be good. And now, dual Galil to retake with. This is something you go for here in a 3v4. I mean, you have that full buy into the next regardless. But as we do see prime taps start things off, finding out the first. That equalizer is a rather massive way to start it. Your way along. Possibly looking for this retake. The time is limited. Doesn't look like they'll ultimately go for it, and it costs prime taps and Arrow their lives as they go for a late swing. As the bomb goes off, we'll see the side of 9 Pandas put themselves up at yet another. That's a 3-0 lead for themselves. And we're going to be looking to see if Big Academy can go ahead and use this first rifle round here on their CT side to really get things rolling. Now we see a little bit of utility being played forward. See what sort of damage they're going to be able to do here early on. Of course, 9 Pandas would love to go ahead, net themselves a 4th a row and be in a rather good spot. Shots begin to be fired out. Working out just. Looks like they're going to be heading over here towards that B site. There's no one there to fight the 2 that are close in response. They're mid currently. They'll have to very quickly start to rotate their way around. Oh, bring through. Bit of damage being done early on. Tiny bit. Tick of damage to Sky as a retake here on a 5v5 fashion. Mount. Now, Flax opens things up, puts it down into a 3v5. Sees shots from Seized and D1 Lighters, leave it all down to Hyped. Hyped is very quickly left alone. The retake is a bust. And we will see the side of 9 Pandas put themselves up at 4. 4 of converting the half successfully. This is a rough place to be. Definitely not what you wanted to occur if you were Big Academy. That was your rifle run where you needed to get things really rolling there. Actually, for them, they weren't able to do so. Stuck down to 5.7s. They got a French FAMAS to use. That heel rifle that could be looking to try and do some work. But we'll see how it goes. Go ahead and boost their way around. Opting for that gamble stack. They do leave one over towards A to go ahead and call for rotates. Well, nice shot rings through with eye disbalance. Starting things off there into connector. Advantage is found in Big Academy. Gotta look to try and pivot off of that. Start re-challenging it. I just bounce is watching if anyone might go for that peak and try and play aggressive. No one does so. D1 Ledez able to find out Arrow and really crack open this A site. There is a player there to play for fight that's hyped. He's got a FAMAS that could be a surprise to them. Could possibly deal some damage, but as he hides, the bomb is planted successfully. And a retake not really in the cards. Maybe they go for a little bit of damage, put down some pressure. Get off some damage, but aren't able to find a frag just yet. We're going to see 9 Pandas back off successfully, putting a 5th on the board, doing it flawlessly. And they're really going to be able to build economy from here on out till they play their cards like this. This is absolutely massive for them. Oh, Mr. C9 able to find at least one there. That's a bit of damage done. That's helpful. Some extra funds taking away a rifle. A near flawless round there for 9 Pandas. But now they're only 3 rounds away from converting the half successfully. Of course, you're going to be looking for Big Academy to go ahead and have their rifle round inbound. This is an incredibly important one. They have to actually get things to click in their defense. They want this to be one out. See a little bit of utility out here for the time being. It'll be edged out fairly slowly. We do see a bit of a challenge over here towards double doors at mid. There's no one to take fight. The rest of them make it away through connector. Indeed, one Ledez is able to get things rolling, fighting out prime taps early on, puts it down to a 5v4. Of course, sees being Molotov'd out, nearly dies, but collects and Z is able to find one to each, cracks open the B's sights and hyped. He's aggressive and drops down for 1. Of course, they go ahead and respond with a bit of utility, trying to stall him out. Retake not really in the cards here. Most likely a bit of a save call to be made. And we'll see the side. 9 Pandas successfully put themselves at 6. Right now, this is a one-way bash. 9 Pandas landing hit after hit on the Big Academy. That's really allowing these players to fairly good time with it. Look at that, glowing. Don't catch Arrow there. That's unfortunate. Bad timing for hyped. He goes save his teammate. He had helped over towards boats, but as he doesn't, he's going to be the only man standing going forward. Righty, bit of a timeout. Big Academy desperately trying to think through from here on out. Gotta really consider how they move forward from here. Been a desperate slog so far. Desperation just not off. back underway. We see the deco coming through, but not carried over. The hero rifle to use. Oh boy, this is going to be a hard-fought one. Nope, SD1 Lettuce finds out the first. A little bit of utility being played out. Of course, we do see the Deagles trying to make their way up to play for a bit more of a concentrated fight. Good 1D comes out from the sky. He spams away, not able to find a second, backs off. Let's trade down to even. Of course, Prime Tap gets sprayed away, nearly losing his life, but survives nonetheless. SD1 Lettuce looks to try and play entry. They're still not confirmed onto the site. Over a minute left, so plenty of time to rotate away if they really do opt to do so, but glowing so deep. I want to try for this. As he's able to go ahead and gun down one, we see it left all down to Hype on site. He finds the first, the op able to sing out, aTTaX is gunned out, the opper competes against him. As Seized gets the plant down. 2v3 on the retake. And unfortunately there for Arrow. Caught out. It's left down to Hyped, who's opting to save. Nope, Hyped. Find out one for himself. It's a bit of an exit. It's a bit of a free consolation prize. Pandas are hunting. They have plenty of funds going forward. Glowing up at 7k. Delighted up at 10. You're looking at aTTaX being at 13. You're looking at Clax being at 12. So, I mean, going for this hunt makes total sense. But unfortunately, it just doesn't pay out. So far, too good for 9 Pandas. They are currently 1 round away from converting a half here in the 8th round. This could be an 8-0 version for themselves. And as Glowing looks to really make that a possibility, he finds out Hyped the Opper very early on. A little bit of utility being played back and forth here for the time being, trying to slow things down, force people out. Time taps is incredibly low now. Sitting with just a mere 33 HP. A little bit of utility being played forward. They look to try and make their way up. Now, more shots from Sky. Not connecting for the time being, but there's the first. They will find out Seize. Seizes. Bit of an equalizer to put it down to a 4v4. Looks like they're going to go ahead and opt out a B and head towards A. There are 2 players to play for fight. That's Sky and Arrow. Postured up to play for that fight. Incredibly important first one. 9 Pandas want to weigh onto this site. They've got to eliminate Arrow first. He made his way right around the corner. First shot's right through. Arrow is able to fly out. 1 clacks down the trade, leaves it down. 3v3, keeping it nice and even. A little bit of utility is played out to play for the execute. aTTaX makes his way up, Glowing. Gonna pop a flash. That's gonna be them swinging off of it. They try and make their way up. Sky plays on site and plays the fight, winning out 1. Of course, for the second, his plant goes down. aTTaX gets the plant down. Glowing gets the trade, leaving it all down to Prime Taps. Prime Taps now alone. Man with 33 HP. Swings for 1, wins the first. aTTaX has the up. He's playing for the fight with it. He only needs the USPS here. Prime Taps only has a mere 7 HP. Gets a tag out. aTTaX knows he can play for time. Watches for the swing. Swing comes through for the shot with the up. There to finish it. And 9 Pandas put themselves up at 8. Roll underway, seized, man, spamming away. Go ahead and find himself out a second into the round, of course, glowing. Able to follow it up, finds out a bit of a kill there. Gonna get down to arrow. Time taps. Down to the final two of Big Academy. This is looking like 9. Oh, man. 9-0. This is a brutal place to be. Of course, Zero finds out the first. Looks for a second, able to win it out, but unfortunately for him, not a third. Plank goes down successfully. Prime taps, opting to save here. Too terrible of an idea since his teammate's economy is in a really rough place. Alrighty, prime taps. Backing off. No Hunter's really gunning for him. So we'll see him survive. Well, as we're sitting 9-0. A really convenient position for the time being. Now, MP9's an op to use. The op was carried over. Of course, we do see 5.7's a Deagle coming out as well. That's a bit of utilities being played out. He won't let us able to get around it, but unfortunately for him, prime depths take off his head. Finds one for himself. Good for 2. And Mr. C 9 and hyped to the last 2 men standing. Are we going to be able to make the MOUZ next match? Alternate attacks now MOUZ next match, or was that began yet? I don't know. If it keeps going this way, we actually might make it in time. That would be nice. Anyway, back under white. Mr. C9 able to find a bit of a one-tap there. They're not really going for the retake. They're just trying to carry over what weapons they can. Glowing. Finds a shutout as well. Hype to the upper. Unfortunately eliminated. No up to be carried over. Mr. C9 desperately needs to carry over that Kalashnikov. Bomb goes off. See, another round on the board for the 9 Pandas. We now sit in double digits at 10. Yeah, what do you think? We getting a bit of a 16-0? We've already did the hard part. Hit 10. Could be able to hit 15 here and 5 more. Guys think. Possible? Maybe 16-1? It could be 16-1. It could also be 15-15 somehow. I mean, who knows? Anyways, we get back under white. We're seeing them edge their way over there towards that A site, possibly. Arrow. Bit of a fight there over towards A main. Dive. Motion to swing. The initial shots going his way. Of course, Flax is good for 1. Sky's good for 2. I just bounce gets straight. All down into a 3v3. Picks himself a Kalashnikov. Go ahead, put down a little bit of utility. Get themselves a plant. See them start to make their way out. A little bit of utility being played forward in terms of the retake. The problem is now Seized is in their backline and finds Mr. C9 first. Of course, that leads him down into the advantage of 9 Pandas very quickly. Hyped is all alone. That's going to be all she wrote in that matter. That's an 11th. 11-0. Blistering pace game coming out here. You see 9 Pandas absolutely demolishing a big academy. Get rolling underway. Arrow able to start thinking about finds the first. Raid come through here. Either side, a big academy start to shut them down finally. Getting to look good for it. Do see D1 Lies get himself a bit of a trade. Everything's in a bit more of a rough position. 2 into that round. Let me get down into a 2v3. Of course, he doesn't have bomb yet. Maybe he's baiting for I Disbalance to play over there towards that A site. The name of the game, he's pulled the rotates away. He starts to go through connector. And up. Okay. He dropped the up, but a bit of an odd decision. Hyped is there and waiting. Pops him out. Ooh, the swing. Mistake there. See it down all to D1 Lightus, who goes ahead, picks up the up, and looks to carry it over. That'll be a first round on the board for Big Academy. The bomb plant is denied. The side big. Finally net there first. Granted, it came in the 12th, but dear lord, a long way to go. 11-4 is not the worst in the world. They definitely need to win out the next 3. If they don't, we'll be most likely seeing the side 9 Pandas try and end it as quickly as they can. And as we see shots from Clax and I Disbalance, well, the openers are there. Make their way forward. Clax finds out one from connector, makes his way onto the B side direct. There. I could rotate over, but I think save call's already been made. Big Academy down to a 2v5. Just not too worth it. Up to carry over what weapons they have, but oh man, you needed 11-4. 12-3 would be such a hard half to work with, even going over towards that side here on Anubis. But as they do trade it back down, they bring it back down to even almost. Well, the shots ring through. See! Finds the kill into hyped. The arrow. Arrow. Just hanging out, hanging in. Looking to survive. As 12 is pulling the board for 9 Pandas. Ready. Underway once again. A fairly important round. As we do see the rifles coming out. Big Academy, you desperately need to stop the advance of 9 Pandas from here on out. If you don't, it's going to be an incredibly rough luck. Players starting to make their way around. Break through pipe taps. Tough. It's the first there. Second. When comes through, hyped. I just bounced, who's tagged to the lateral. Players continue to fall. Balance. All of a sudden, all alone. Lord, how things have crumbled. Round that was almost looking to be assured. Looking to try and put themselves up at that 13-1 score line. Stopped here at 12. Absolutely fantastic for the side of Big Academy. That gives them back in way back into this. I just balance. Holds and saves. At a sight. Big Academy are just going to be holding down onto the bomb. Or by B. Goes for one. He throws away his up to pick up another. Disposing. Rifles there that could be picked up. They're going to realize that here in a second. Yeah. They realized it. Bit unfortunate, but you know, it is what it is. Now, back underway into a bit of a full rifle round. It's round 15. 9 Pandas looking for 13-2. A Big Academy are desperately searching. Try and hit their 3rd round. If they do, it could be a fairly good look, but edge your way around. It seems like 9 Pandas are going to be committing over here towards the safe side. There are 2 players to play for fight. You're looking at Sky and Arrow. Arrow makes his way up, playing over towards Pillar. Sky edges his way down the stairs. And as Arrow finds the personal D1 line of Sky, able to follow it up. Clacks falls away, leaves it. 5-4. Forward. Glowing is able to go ahead and find trade, but it's not the equalizer, and Prime Taps eliminates Cease. And just like that, in the back line, aTTaX now all alone, gets dinked out and eliminated. 12-3 at the half. Long way to go if you are the side Big Academy, but 9 Pandas. An extremely comfortable position. Even if they lost a bit of momentum there at the end. Underway to a pistol round once again. We come into the second half. aTTaX is able to start things off in a big way. Fine. His side. We did see Sky go ahead and get the trade to pick up the dualies for himself. Let's just left down into a 3-4 with the advantage. Going the way of 9 Pandas. The shots start to ring on through the flash. He's still able to find out one seized. Finds a kill, but his traded Clacks there for the refrag. Leaves it all down to Arrow. Arrow now alone. 1v3 gets dinks onto one. Clax plays for the fights, wins it out, and puts a 13th on the board. And just like that, they're within 2 of map points and series points here on map number 3. Get back underway. Pistols to use. And shots start to ring out. We see prime taps. Tag down to 82. Still even played there by D1 Letters is trying to stall things out even further. Maybe force them through the smoke to find out the price as they exit it. Nothing's confirmed just yet. Mr. C9 finds one glowing is on the trade. Way. Players big academy playing out rather stealthily. Sure where they want to head towards this yet. They have a player towards mid, so maybe lights is the name of the game. See Clax rather choked up. Of an MP9 is the perfect weapon for this scenario. But as he only finds one, prime tap. Prime tap. Another, but unfortunately for him, seized. There to close him out. Of course, HE and Flash comes out. They avoid it. They go for the swing. Shots ring through the Deagles. Sing out. Who nails the bomb, makes its way back towards A. Glowing on site all alone. Plays for the first and finds the double spray down. Able to close it out and put a 14th on the board. No. Roll back underway, of course. Eagles in hands and... Oh, seized. Way to do it. XM in hand finds out the first. Of course, more shots ring out over here towards the speed side. Bomb is down for the time being, but it's still in a replayable position. As we do see D1 Letters and C's look to gun them down. Glowing is there for the final. Just like that, 15. Map point has been hit. Now, look to roll underway once again. Full rifles for Big. This is their last desperate chance at this. We could be seeing the end here. See players edging their way up, seized. Looks for the first. Of course, being tagged down there. Will be eliminated by the Molotov. So 45 with the advantage. Starting to Big Academy. Way up through mid for the time being. It looks like another ace split. They didn't have success with it there previously. Flax and Co are looking to take the fight. Balance waiting. On my edge their way back towards B, but a shot's ring through. We see D1 Letters find one and Mr. C9 find another. Of course, Molotov goes down. Gilds his way from connector. There's a player behind him though. Just Clax and D1 find out frags each. All down to prime taps. Mr. Hyped, and as Hyped is found, I just balance. Gets the frag, and he finds the final as well. That's 16 on the board. We will see the side of 9 Pandas move on up and move on as they do advance through the bracket successfully. Well done by both those squads, but that is all she wrote for that matchup. Well done by both, but that is all she wrote. Unfortunately, there for Big Academy, that is them dropping out of the event. They'll be looking to play in the next season of ESEA Advance, as there are no relegations anymore. So that is unfortunate for them, but I look forward to seeing them back in ESEA Advance next year, or next season. Of course, our next match is Alternate aTTaX versus MOUZ next, which is coming up next. We'll be looking for that to get things rolling in about 20 minutes time. So we'll be throwing it to a lengthy break while we wait for that one. But folks, it has been a pleasure as always. If you guys have enjoyed, please be sure to leave the follow. This is a new casting project started by me and fellow caster Dutch Boy. We'll both be alternating on stream quite a bit, as well as doing quite a bit of doing here on CSTV. So if you want to support some casters that are looking to try and start something a little bit different than what everybody else has been doing, feel free to leave a follow. We'll be around for a while now. Anyways, we're going through into a break. We'll see you guys later. I will be back in roughly 20 minutes.
You got scars deep enough to last. Heart full of broken glass, and I'm gonna paint it black. Oh, I got bruises I covered up. I've been used every time I loved. Nothing to lose when the devil comes. Oh, turn out the lights, we can turn them out, 'cause turn out the lights, we can burn them out, 'cause I know what's waiting, I know what it's made of, what it's made of. Come and take me closer to the edge now. If you think you can't love me, you can show me how to have a breakdown. If you're gonna touch Sun came in and closed the blinds. Could feel it in the air. This is just a waste of time. No one really cares. But then you came across my mind, got me out of there. So I went down to the river and swam till the panic was over. Yes, I went down to the river, watched all the heavy rain. I watched all the heavy feeling all the noise in here. It's becoming ache. Pull me into common dear and take me out to the waves. Cause I feel like a waste of space, breathing in the air. But you hold me like I might just break, like you want me there. So I went down to the river and swam till the panic was over. Yes, I went down to the river, watched all the heavy rain. I watched all the heavy
I think it was something like this.
you now. Can't decide if this is real. How I feel about you now. No, I wouldn't hide if I could see. No, I wouldn't hide if I could see. Keep running back to where we meet.
Seen the light in the dark, but it's been a while. And just remember, it's the heat from a heart beating next to mine. But I surrender, 'cause everything I touch seems to crumble, and everyone I love leaves me broken down. Everybody runs when they see me now. So I put my hands up in the sky, revel in the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm death in the land of the living. Still all the energy when we get connected. Your good is done when you have my full attention. I'll take you away into a dark dimension, and you can't get out. I never thought I'd be like this. Further down into the deep abyss I'll go. Stay off my radar 'cause I never miss. Yeah, everybody knows. So I put my hands up in the sky, revel in the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm dead in the land of the living. My hands up in the sky, revel in the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm dead in the land of the living. Hands up in the sky, revel in the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm death in the land of the living.
Thought I had her in a lucid grip. Thought I'd take my time. Keeps calling and she just won't quit, and we all know why. Screws, try to lure me right into an affidavit. Remind me as I'm falling and I'm out of time. I'm caught up in your tongue all day. You claim that you love me, but it's just another day. I'm stuck inside your room all day. You say it's for my safety, but I'm just one of your prey. She's got a gun and a bag, and she's waiting for you. She had some time to decide how she's gonna kill you. You can keep running, keep your eyes wide open, but you'll never see it coming. No use. She's got a gun and a bag, and she's waiting for you. She's got a gun and a bag, and she's waiting for you. Kisses always felt so sweet, but they left me blind. Making promises we just can't keep, and it felt so right. Screws, try to lure me right into an affidavit. Remind me as I'm falling and I'm out of time. I'm caught up in your tongue all day. You say it's for my safety, but I'm just one of your prey. She's got a gun and a bag, and she's waiting for you. She has some time to decide how she's gonna kill you.
Diesel in this motherfucker. Bang your motherfucking head. Okay.
Looking for and wine, need someone by my side. Just tell me it's alright. Yeah, look into my eyes and hold me through the night. Just tell me it's alright.
my body's moving to the beat. I love the way you're slowly getting close to me. I love the way my body's moving to the beat. I love the way you're slowly getting close to me. Close to me.
Alrighty, folks, took a bit of time to get into this match. MOUZ next. We're in a match on the CCT streams, so we're able to be a little bit late, but we're underway as we do see alternate attacks and MOUZ next looking to face off in this best of three. Of course, taking a quick look at the map pool. We do see Vertigo, Overpass, and Inferno coming on up. Vertigo is the pick of MOUZ next. Overpass is the pick of alternate attacks, and Inferno is the decider. As we do get underway, Crazen is able to get things rolling. Slacks, of course, does trade it back, living it down into a 4v4. Get nice and even for the time being. Oh, players are starting to edge their way around. Start to play up, but aren't overly committed towards anything. Right now, we do see MOUZ next starting to play over here towards mid. The bomb in tow. Sierra. That. Around. It looks like we're going off for this mid to B push. Now, note really quick there. Two players are rotating around. That's Slacks and co. Check out ramp. They should realize that's completely free here. But a shot's ring through. Spitty starts things off, finding out PR. Of course, CR goes for the swing, finds out the trade onto him. Get down into a 3v3, and they rotate onto the A site. Now, there's a player to deal with over here towards headshot by the orange boxes. They don't fully check it, but as they do get the information, the shots ring out, and Nexius is able to start things off, putting it down to Slacks and Alzek. And as Alzek loses his life, Slacks is now all alone. And, ooh, Slacks starts things off, brings it down to a 1v2. This retake. It's in the making. Not confirmed just yet. But unfortunately for him, as he does tap the bomb and check over there towards ramp, the quick swing from Sierra comes through. And MOUZ next are able to put a first on the board for themselves. Good start there. for MOUZ next. They're going to be able to go ahead and have that full buy round to use, forcing up into Galil's Kalashnikovs, as well as a MAC-10 here on Vertigo. Meanwhile, alternate aTTaX, they're forcing themselves, going ahead, buying up into Deagles and 5.7s and a Scout, so maybe looking for a bit of an upset if possible. But we'll see how it goes. A little bit of utility being played out rather carefully here. Some shots single through. Nexius and Park straight back and forth. People get nice and even for the time being. That equalizer goes out, and we see MOUZ next go ahead and play through mid once again. They've had a lot of success with this here in the past, as they continue to do so. Nidu, for one, eliminates Alzek. Really a retake available here for alternate aTTaX. We're down into a 3-4, and they're on the lesser weapons. Players edge their way around, just hanging out, hanging in. Looking to carry over a little bit of firepower that they have. Save call being made. We'll see the bomb go off, and a second on the board for MOUZ next.
Terrorists win.
Righty. Oh, back underway once again, of course. These players are going to be edging their way around. Don't overdo it just yet. Begin to play quickly. Get themselves some early damage done, and of course, with Freeze finding out one. Ooh, he's able to turn for a second. Spitty go for a frag as well. All of a sudden, things back in the realm of possibility. Spitty! Looking so good. It's good for the double D. Leaves it all down to Sierra. And all of a sudden, the upset. Look at it like a real potential. We saw Spitty find out too before he falls, of course. Sierra. Try and thrive and survive. Maybe make his way on back. Up down through elevator. Or down through mid into T-spawn. As he puts out utility playing over here towards the B site. Perks. Spots him out. Freeze tries to go for the backstab. They are fully aware of this, but unfortunately for him, he's not going to be able to react in time. And Freeze is able to go ahead and close things out, putting alternate aTTaX up on their first. Back underway, and of course, rifles coming out here. A little bit of utility being thrown back and forth, just trying to go ahead and get off that initial damage. You see shots flying through. Freeze, able to start off once again. It's tagged down rather low in that altercation. Down to 5 HP, but ooh, Alzek being caught out there at white box over towards the sides. Starts to show the cracks opposite in the map. Very quick on the reactions, able to eliminate PR in response. Time being, no one's really got themselves the opener that they would really like to shut things down completely. Kept into a feasible position the entire time. Ooh, spots one out. Shots on a bit of a whiff. With the information found and the bomb going down, we're going to see the side of alternate aTTaX start to pivot. Hey, for Reed's sake, over here on the A side. Now, there's one player from the back line looking to make their way up. The rest are coming from elbow. Heaven. A little bit of retake utility is put down. These players will edge their way for it. Crizzen plays position, finds out the first though. Nitty, good for one as well. How's it down to Parkson and Freeze? Parkson! It's great for two. Gun down them before Freeze finishes it off. The defuse comes on through. A little bit late, but I'm pretty sure he has a kit. There are no problems for alternate attacks as they take their second. Able to tie things up here into the fourth, keeping it all nice and close for the time being. We roll back underway. Some initial shots being fired on off. Really much committed to it just yet, though. Everybody playing it out rather statically here for the time being. Edging their way around it is a bit of a like 9 clock type of round that should be very quickly cleaned up here for alternate attacks. And it certainly is. Get to you, last man standing. Tech 9 in hand, tries to find out at least one here, but I think it's done and dusted. It certainly is. Zolzek is there to finish it off. We get back underway. See some initial shots being fired through. Of course, NXT is good for 1. Start things off. Doozy Parkson. 1. First had. Down into a 44, keeping it nice and even. Ooh. Smitty, go ahead and go for a bit of a swing there. It's a bit overzealous. ER finds him out. Of course, Nitty able to find one out as well. There towards mid. Bomb is down. It should be picked back up here. But with Parkson taking the aggression towards him. See him gunned down very quickly by Sierra. And it's put 3-3. Back underway with the full rifles up in hand for both squads. And oh, Slack, so unfortunate. Bit overzealous with the aggression. That is Nidyu. Turns out the first Spitty. There for 1. Of course, we do see Alzek and PR trade it back and forth. The refrag is swift. Parkson and Freeze now all alone. Well, all down to the final 2. No retake really available. Now, finds 1. 2v3. They're still not going for it. They're just looking to try and get off a little bit of extra damage. As we see things finished off, Al's next put a 4th on the board. Now, they've got themselves quite a bit on the docket. They need to go ahead, try and put themselves towards 5 and 6 if they really want to take an advantage here on their T side. Alternate attacks carrying over 2 weapons. are able to afford up yet another and have a P250 to use as well, so gonna be looking to try and dole out as much damage as they can. And oh, that's unfortunate. Prison, looking the wrong way. Gets caught and eliminated. Lax. I'll peek him, leaves it all down into a 4v5 with the advantage going the way of alternate attacks. Oh, there we go, Sierra. Good for one. He's good for two, and all of a sudden, down to freeze speed against Slacks. He's good for one. We see Sierra go for a bit of a swing. Unfortunately for him, Slacks is there to trade. Down into a 1v2 Opper. Versus 2. Next case is on the up. Nudu. Flashnikov. A little bit of utilities played out, and it seems like he wants to try and go for this. They're fully aware of where he's coming from. No set hand to deal with him. But as he backs on off, we're going to be seeing the side of MOUZ next. Go ahead and take their 5th. Alternate attacks will drop this and look to go ahead and carry over what they can into the next. Oh. See things swinging once again. A little bit of utility being tossed out by either way for the time being. You see alternate attacks. Hey! Quick with that up to start things off. Eliminate that mid player that was trying to advance forward, but with Freeze finding out one as well. Over there towards the A side, things look to be put quite a bit more put together. Is being played back and forth with Dar. For that opener, he'll go ahead, toss out a bit of a flash, tries to make his way up. Flax, looking for the engagement. Can't find anything yet. Oh, it slacks. One. Gets caught out there, Spitty, playing above the smoke. Gets found by PR. He's good for 2. Once it's all down to him, and Slacks is there to trade him out after he finds out the first. Just like that, we see alternate attacks take the round and bring themselves within 1. Now we're back on the way with a bit of a rifle round for both squads. Alternate attacks looking to go ahead and try and equalize the scoreline here with a 5th. Next is able to start things off, and Slacks about gets caught. Freeze. Pivot off of that, goes ahead, out ramp, go realize that's free and that's rotating. That B site, they all over these players to make a move over there. Well, Ozek. Good for the first. Goes ahead, looks for another, but Sierra. Frag as well, keeps things down to a 3v3. Edging their way up, Freeze plays for 1 over here towards stairs. For 2 into the situation. Of course, Spitty playing with the FAMAS. Gun down another there at the edge of the smoke. Put the side of alternate attacks at a bit of a tied game. Now, we do see MOUZ next going ahead. Bit of a timeout, just thinking things through. They gotta figure out a way to pierce the defense of alternate attacks. Galzek's tired? Yeah, no, they've been playing a lot today. A lot of matches. I didn't realize they had a match earlier on. I was waiting in server and they were late, and I was like, okay. Well, they played Ins Academy and Zero Tenacity today already, which is brutal. Anyways, Clarkson will be able to find out when we do see Spitty gun down 2 for himself. It's all down to Nidu. He's the last man standing. HE from Freeze, though. Flying out. Able to finish it off and put alternate attacks up at 6. Yeah, no. They played Zero Tenacity there earlier. That was their previous match. Before that, they played Ins Academy. So, I mean, they have just been absolutely flying today in terms of matches. Might be 2 million a day, but, you know, it is what it is. They do what they gotta do, you know? Ooh. Good shot there. Freeze able to follow it up. Eliminates Nexus there. All right. Leaves it all down into a 3v5 with the event. We have alternate attacks rather clearly. Players play their way up rather cautiously here in the beginning, not necessarily wanting to over-engage too terribly much. Whose map pick is this? This is the pick of MOUZ next. I need to update the command. I wasn't sure what was going on, so I didn't want to do it, but I will fix that just a sec. Ooh, good shots coming through there. Really connecting up just yet. They're playing it out rather slowly. But as we do see Parkson, just with a spray down there in between the gap of the smoke and the wall. He finished off. Let's see. There we go. Got fixed. Oh, felt pick wrong though. Gotta put pick on attack. Lord. There we go. Anyway, back on the way, we do see some initial aggression coming on through MOUZ next. Try and play rather quickly to get themselves up through ramp for the time being. They are just being gunned down and naded out. But as we do see, Freeze there for 2. Down to a 3v4 with the advantage. Starting to go the way of alternate attack still. Back into this. Players are edging the way around. Not necessarily overcommitted to it just yet. I would love to see them go ahead and try and pop out towards one of these sites, get themselves a bomb plant down. That'd be huge for their economy into the next. Nothing's confirmed just yet, but it's Slacks and Spitty. There to gun them down at ramp. The last man standing is over towards short. And he doesn't find it. Prison is eliminated, and we see Spitty go ahead and net the 8th for the side of alternate attacks, converting the half successfully. Oof. Prison! Good shot there to start things off, of course. And NXT there for one as well. Gonna go ahead and find out the first. Gives themselves a good opener over here towards A. There's still a player to take fight. Percent good for one, but Sierra. Here, before I get back. Down to Spitty and Olazak. Ready, now. Do here. Put 2v4. Alternate attacks. A rough state. Now. Make their way up. Some shots ring. A little bit of damage being put out. It's not too terribly much to deal with, though. Well, starts to run down. I kind of want to go for this. A little bit of utility being out, though. But it seems that save call's been made. They're just going to go ahead and look for exit CP1. Be punished for overstaying towards this bomb site. Well, unfortunately for them, as they make their way forward, they are eliminated. But still plenty of money to use into the buy for this next. Also, thank you guys for the follows. We appreciate it. Whoa. A shot there, freeze, and start things off. First on the board. 5-4. Sierra. Right there, leaves it down to a 4v4, keeping it nice and even for the time being. Now, I say do edge to right forward, a little bit of utility being played out. Who's come through? Ooh. Oh, they were going blue slacks. Up to take the fight. That's a mistake. He loses life. Sierra! Looking hot as ever. Gonna double it up. 1%. Self-trading back. Advantage. Low. And attacks. Look to go for a bit of a backstab. Way up. Oh, Parkson. Over aggressive. It's going to get caught by Sierra. Of course, all's like good for one in the back. Trades back down, but unfortunately for him, he's not able to secure it. And it's an 8-7 half, keeping things extremely close. MOUZ next. Only one down currently. Now, get back underway. Shots ring through. Parkson able to find out the first. Finds out NXT there early on. Leaves it down into 5v4. Turns the pistol. Alternate attacks would love to go ahead and net their 9th. Trying to overplay. Waiting to see if anyone might start to make a bit of an aggressive push. Be the case. Time runs thin. Alternate attacks need to make a bit of a move. Try to pop out their flashes to get themselves on sight. I want to take the altercation immediately. Bomb get planted. A retake have to come through from MOUZ next. Initial shots are firing out. We do see Parks in with one. Netty there for the other. Netty, good for 2. Puts it back down and leaves it down to Sierra and Netty. Standing here on a 2v3. They're edging their way up, playing up the short shots ring through. Oh, is that good for 1? Get trade out. Sierra playing for this final fight. He needs to find 2 of them. Fully aware that there's no safe defuse to be had. Picks up the dualies, fires off some shots, gets off some tags and a frag, but unfortunately while reloading the dualies, he will be eliminated. And we'll see the side of alternate attacks put a 9th on the board. Ooh. NXT about loses his life there. Of course, he's got the only rifle in the server here. On the side of MOUZ next. There's an MP9 in the hands of Sierra. Of course, Deagles and 5.7s for the rest. Better utility being played forward. Oh, as much damage as possible. Put down better utility. Nexius, that's a bit crazy. But Sierra! Find out 1 while boosted up. That's massive. Versus we do see Freeze. Great Crescent. Good for 1 as well, keeping it nice and even. Alternate attacks are all rather low. You gotta be careful because this FAMAS and Deagle are starting to sing out. It's all down to Spitty here in the 1v1. PR looking for the engagement. Only needs a shot onto the torso to finish it. Continuously played slowly. They put down a little bit of utility. Spitty tries to get bombed down. He'll be able to do so successfully. Backs off. Makes his way into short. One v one. He's able to get a reload off here. Ooh. Up. Oh, unfortunately there for PR. He just holds and doesn't watch for Spitty to swing from ramp. That'll be all she wrote. Double digits on the board. We do see a bit of a swing come through. Oh, Zek able to find out the first there. But 5v4 with the advantage. Starting to go the way of alternate attack. Still a ways to go. Hold on, I got you. Oh, Go TV? I can't hand out Go TV. You'll have to get it from Faceit. I'll send them a support ticket. Anyway, it's all down to Nedu. And standing, not much to do. 1v4. 9 in hand. But his head quickly leaves his shoulders. that? Freeze. Good swing there. We'll start things off on a crescent, of course. It's a bit of a deco type of round. Heavy damage done already to Nedu. It doesn't last for long. The HE doesn't finish him off. Slack swings to find a kill. Spots 2, finds 1. Of course, this last player of PR is just kind of on the run. Being surrounded and eliminated. That'll be all she wrote with alternate attacks, putting a 12th on the board, bringing themselves within 3 of map point. We get back underway with the rifle round here. Alternate attacks are still on bonus over weapons, while the side of MOUZ next. The full A1S is, of course, they dropped the first player, Crazen, out there early on. 5v4 with these players starting to edge their way around. They're not necessarily committed anywhere just yet. Alternate attacks backs off. Opting to put a little bit of pressure on A while possibly rotating towards B. See the swing come out, and Slacks open it up. I have to say, time is going to be running short here. People edging their way around. Under. Lower flow. Might be heading over here towards A. Nedu and PR, they did make their way towards B, gambling and hoping that they can maybe stop a take here towards this site. Well, as we do see the side of MOUZ next just saving over. Alternate attacks going to be putting 13 on the board. There we go. Nedu and Freeze able to close it out. I have no idea. There could be people that just want to watch alternate attacks. Maybe MOUZ next. I mean, Ted, I assume you're here because of PR. Now, get underway. Shots fire on through. We do see PR get tagged down. Make their way forward, looking to play for the fight. Freeze plays for the first fight, wins it out. They just like to try and put out as much damage as physically possible as they entry out. Nedu and Crazen odds for quite a bit of damage. Well, like underway, shots ring through him. Freeze is there to close it. 14's on the board. Alternate attacks. Away. we do see a bit of utility being tossed out here. This is a full rifle round for the MOUZ. Next is very important that. But unfortunately for them, we lose the first man Nedu, but they are able to find the first two. The equalizer does come out from Freeze. They're towards mid, but they're not committed towards either side. Oh, just hang around over here towards mid. Seeing V1 might over push. They can catch out. So far, no one really making a move for that just yet, though. Now, aTTaX, they start to edge their way out. Here towards scaffolding, the play to watch for. It's definitely PR. PR watches for him. It finds the first. That's his head coming straight off his shoulders. All the information on the other two. They drop down. Aware of PR's positioning. And oof! Find it. Now that's going to be them going ahead, getting the plant on down, putting it into a 2v2 here for the post plant. And it's Spitty. Plays aggressive to find out the final two. Horizon and XCS are both caught out, and 15's on the board. Alternate attacks. I only need one more to try and end it. Now, do see things rolling again. Betty. We'll be able to look to start things off. Of course, ALZEC certainly does. ALZEC good for two before Freeze finds one as well. We do see Nexius and Crizzen. There's the last two men standing here on a 2v3. Crizzen good for one. Drops down because of the Molotov. Gets tagged out to 22 HP. Jumps around and oh, unfortunately for him, Freeze just reacts in time. Leaving it all down to Nexius. He's the last man standing stuck here in a 1v2. Players, they have backed their way out. They have a minute 25 to play with. Betty holding on to the bomb. Wait over there towards B. Meanwhile, Freeze looking to play his way towards A. Starts to make a bit of noise. Nexius, I think you might have heard it. A little bit of utilities put out. Go ahead and look for damage. And uh-oh, that HE go land right onto him. Back down to 47. Freeze could be able to finish him. Plays it quietly. XES goes for the check, finds the final. Like that, it is all down into the 1v1 here for the post plant. Betty gets it down. A little bit of utility, backs off, not wanting to overplay. On sight. Play over here by Whitebox. Now down to the timing. And ooh, unfortunately that for Nexius, he is finished off. We see 16 on the board. Alternate aTTaX starting things off in a rather strong light. Able to close it out there on map number 1. Of course, Overpass will be coming up next. That's the pick up alternate aTTaX as well. So they have a great chance to go ahead and just put this in a nice little bow with the 2-0. So, folks, don't go there. We'll be back in a flash. We're going through it to break for a quick second. And we'll play some music while we wait. So, don't go anywhere. Map 2 coming up on the board in just a few minutes.
No sé cuándo parar. Só quando você voltar.
Alrighty, folks, it's that time once again. We're going to be looking to get underway with our second map of this matchup. Of course, it's MOUZ Next versus Alternate aTTaX. Both these teams are raring and ready to go. We're looking at Alternate aTTaX being up 1 in the map pool after winning the map pick of MOUZ Next there on Vertigo. We're now on Alternate aTTaX map pick of Overpass as we do get into the pistol. Still being played out. It seems that Alternate aTTaX won't play over here towards B. They did challenge over at A there initially. This boosted PR. Not gonna find anything, unfortunately. Goes ahead, backs off. Opts to play to drop down some HEs. He's got double HE default, but unfortunately for him, it's a little bit off. They don't plant there. Currently hoping to do so, but make our way underway once again. We do see, look at it out here in just a second. Shots ringing for Freeze. If we find out one, we see Freeze with a double. Oh, Zek good for a frag. We do see PR answer back, but tag down to 12 HP. Leaves it down in 3. It's in the realm of possibility, but man, PR being that low can't really take the fight. Hoping. Next, attempting to try and get the frags, so not able to. Perks and Freeze quickly close them out and put alternate attacks up 1-0 up on the board. Alrighty, we get back underway. It's a scout type of round. Deagles and 5.7s to use as well here for MOUZ next. Alternate attacks on the full rifle for the most part. Have themselves a couple of Galils, a Kalashnikov, and a Mac 10 to use. Oh, as they try and make their way out. For the time being, it's going to be rather slowly. Go ahead, grab themselves the bomb, but move it a little bit closer to the site. They're not necessarily committed to it. It's over a bit. An A site stack. They do have a player down towards B to play to pull rotate. Well, way along. Let's see them play quickly to get themselves out. Freeze trying to find one, but it's tagged down instead. Allzek does find out Nedu saving his teammate. The scout to Crizzen does sing out. Freeze is eliminated. 44, keeping it nice and even for the time being. One comes out, found. More shots come through from Parkson though. Find out one. Slacks finds a bit of a kill as well. That Nexus. While it's Crizzen standing, and unfortunately there for Nexus. Eliminated out, leaving Crizzen alone over towards Graffiti with a scout. There we go. Bomb goes off. Alternate attacks continue on. Put themselves on ISO 2-0. Heading. And over alternate attacks things. Bit of a USPS around here. MOUZ next. There's a Deagle and a Zeus on the board, along with a scout. Not able to do anything. Oh, but utility. Like for it. Hey, Allzek. Up ahead of PR before he has a chance to do anything with that Deagle. That is unfortunate. Of course, Nidu is able to pick it up. Fortunately for himself. Oh, Freeze. Bit of a missed shot, but is able to go ahead. Freeze swing to clear it. We see it put down into a 3v5 with not much to be done. They have a full buy round coming up around the corner here for MOUZ next. So we can expect some good stuff to come out then. Until then, should just be expecting 3-0. Well, as the bomb looks to go off. How much to be had right now? Quick shots ring through. Spitty finds one. Crizzen tagged out and eliminated. That is able to survive for the time being. We see it go 3-0 to alternate attacks. Now, full rifle coming through. This is the important part. We need to see the MOUZ next side go ahead and get some rounds on the board. If they don't, this is pretty much done and dusted. You see shots sink through. Not much is connecting up just yet. They try and go ahead and get some tags through the wall. Well, edge away along here on the alternate attack side. They do seem to be wanting to take some con control. Have two players towards the playground. They could come to an altercation here with Sierra here in a moment. But this player, a monster. Stuck for the time being. He can't retreat back. He knows that. There are two players staring down tunnel there. Not available for the time being. Ooh. CR, good for one, as Slacks does get a bit of a trade. We do see Prison with the up. Had to find out pick as well. Leaves it down to a 3-4. Alzek good for a bit of a swing. Gets a misplay though. And it's eliminated out. You see Prison. Second shot there. Slacks goes for a fight. Wins one. Needs to go for a second. Tries to bait the shot. But Prison playing patiently. Go ahead and finish him off with a headshot. Put MOUZ next on the board with their first here into map number 2. Righty. Going there. NXT gonna be able to start thinking about finds the first on the Perkson. Biddy. Fights. Wins one. Nalzek. For a fight as well. Trades back down into a 3v4. Advance forward over here towards bathrooms and sort. It's like contention. Towards B. They'll start to rotate up. Going through Beatty, Prison. Reading back as well. Of course, alternate attacks don't have the information on this. All going back safely for the rotate over towards A. Oh, utility is placed out. Start to execute out. A little bit of shots about to be put down. PR gets flashed in. Unfortunately for him, Slacks wing just beyond the flash. Doesn't get popped with it. Able to find about to push the Molotov. Ooh. Out kills there. But nonetheless, Nexius, for the time being, guess we're down to a 3v2. Now into the retake. We do see Slacks find out Prison. That's it. Pretty much done and dusted. Not really too much of a chance here. As we do see Slacks close it out. Alternate attacks put a fourth on the board. Now we get underway once again. We're into a bit of a pistol round here for MOUZ next, of course. The win of the previous was rather massive. I think that we saw Slack's teammate, or it was probably dinked by the pistol. Would have killed him. But, ooh, Nexius. Beautiful shot. Then he drops down. Doesn't allow the op to be picked up. Now PR and Co are looking to challenge him. Betty, how much are you able to do here? That's the real question. He opts to back off instead. Of course, B-side is completely free. Ozek and Co are starting to realize that. They're slowly. Yep. Nadu is able to go ahead, grab himself a bit of a rifle to use, and op's going to be picked up as well. Be helpful going forward, but we'll see. They opt for the retake. They're in a 3v3. It's viable. Ability's being put out. Bottom next. Aware that this is hanging towards B. Oh, but that AK being dropped there is super unfortunate. That's any chance of it done and dusted. Oh, as the bomb goes off, PR stays over the up, but alternate attacks. Like 5, bringing it within 3 of 8 and converting the half. Roll back on the way in. Oh, Crescent. Beautiful shot there to open it up. Of course, I carried over up. Starts to pay out on dividends. Good luck with them. See how much farther they're able to take it. Additional utilities put out to try and get off damage. That's just being found. Nedu does get tagged out a little bit. Flies for the time being. Play for swings. That's the bomb. Uh-oh. No confrontation here in a minute. Look at this. He's got the bomb and possibly angling his way towards T stairs. The thing is, there's a player. A playground. We're looking to try and play for an engagement. Catch them off and cut them off. Be all she wrote for it. What? It's PR. Use the boost to find out Spitty. It seems that alternate attacks are going to commit to it. There's one player over here towards Barrows to deal with. You see PR find one. Nexius and Sierra are there to close it out though. And MOUZ next. Able to go ahead and put themselves with a second on the board. Ooh. Close there, slacks. Let's get caught off. Down to a 5v4, keeping it nice and even here for the time being, of course. And look to go ahead and ring out with a couple of shots. Much connecting up an HE. Doesn't connect. I thought I might be able to connect with the player there in playground. Well, that's PR for a fight. Nexius is good for 1 before. Spitty get a bit of a trade there with the D. I don't expect too much more to come out here. Picked up M4, could be able to pay on dividends if free. Possibly can clutch this up along with Spitty. What's gonna happen though? Yeah, watch this from Khan. Hey, Spitty Freeze, what do you got? You got a 4K up your sleeve? That's a real question. And there we go. All finished off. Now we roll back underway. Of course, we're into a rifle round here for alternate attacks. And oof, freeze. Being caught there, it's kind of worst case scenario. Of course, we do see the swing there by Perkson. Ahead for a second. There's another player playground. Don't know where. Sierra gets caught. Down to Crizzen and Co. Now into a 3v4. Still things are salvageable. Nedu playing up here from Con for party entrance, but way over there just yet. Doesn't seem like they want to play over there towards that A site as they angle themselves back towards B. Of course, there's no one there to play for fight. They don't know that yet, though. I think utilities played. We'll see them make their way up. Now, drop over bomb to their teammates to start to smoke off these entrances. There's a bit of a boost coming out. Oh, PR. That's so unfortunate. Oh, that's a shame. That's his head taken off. His two teammates. Volleyed out of position. Forced back. We'll see them go for the save while alternate attacks bring themselves within 2 of converting the half. It seems like Perkson wants to go hunting. That'll be all she wrote. 3 with alternate attacks. Up 3 currently. Looking to try and go ahead, net themselves 7 and 8, convert the half successfully. Early on would be a great look for them. Of course, MOUZ next going to be looking to try and put up a stellar defense as quick as they can. We do see Biddy and Slack's tag down there through the wall. Slack still holding firm with the up. Oof. It's gonna be able to find out Crizzen. Regardless of being low HP. 4. Play around slowly for the time being. Spitty! To go ahead and find out one for himself on a Sierra. Oh, Nidu, PR, and NXT standing. And unfortunately for them, they keep getting gunned down time and time again. Oh, 2v5. Right now, MOUZ kind of looking outclassed here. Alternate attacks. Putting up so much damage into each and every round. Played out cautiously. Going back on off. Look to save over what they can. And alternate attacks bring themselves to 7 within 1 of converting the half successfully. Bomb goes off. We see 2 rifles carried over successfully with alternate attacks being within 1 of converting. Now, let's see what they can do. Going back way. Ability being played forward, and oh, the boost works out flawlessly along with the flash to find out the first, of course. It's lax tacked down. What else we do? Sierra. A frag down to Parkson. Time being, MOUZ next might be able to go ahead and deny the side of alternate attacks. Half conversion. Great look for them. But as Freeze is able to find out 1, he swings through to find a 2nd. That equalizes it. He's not aware of the other player there. He's going to be able to go ahead and pivot around. PR finds that kill. Back down. Spitty alone. 1v3 and eliminated by Sierra. Puts the side of MOUZ next up at 4, and they deny the side of alternate attacks. The half conversion. Well, get underway. Early swing by Freeze over there towards Playgrounds, able to net 1. Nearly goes for 2, but doesn't even hit it. Go ahead. Falls down to equal. These players are going to edge their way around over here towards A side as well as B. Parkson. The kill. Flax is able to follow it up through the wall to find out Nidu. All down to CR and PR. Last 2 men standing. They're opting to go towards this A site. That's where these are. I think PR starting to choke up a little bit over towards bathrooms and sort. PR. Way up. Balzac. Going down. Now Slacks, oh, ball suits into the grave, but Parkson is able to go for the trade. That puts it down to a 1v1 on towards sight. Spitty's already engaging him. Of course, he is forced back there from garbage for the time being. Makes his way into bank. Parkson will be able to plant safely due to that. Edge the way up. Sierra, my God! Able to go ahead and win out the 1v2 as they swing onto him without planting bomb. We see MOUZ next go ahead and put themselves up at 5 and bring themselves within 2. We get on the way, a bit of a deep go coming through here from alternate attacks. They're looking to try that full buy round in round 14. Meanwhile, MOUZ next, looking to bring it back within 1. Oh. Shots being fired through. Really connecting for the time being. LC Prison start things off with 1. Next, he has to follow it up. You see Perkson and NXT. Each living it all down. Final man with the deagle. And as he is finished off, MOUZ next thing that they're 6th and bring it. Then 1 of a tied game. Now, rifle round coming through. Alternate attacks looking to try and convert. MOUZ next, looking for the tie here on their CT side. Players edge their way around. It seems like alternate attacks wanting to find a fight over here towards B. There are 2 players, or 3 players to deal with towards that fights in era. So much information. He pushed so early on. Be able to catch out the bomb. If he just spots him, is not able to frag him out. That's rather massive. That's going to pull rotates. Way up, slacks out. Backs exposed. And Sierra guns him down. Of course, the turn comes out from Ozek. Refrag it back. They go ahead and play up through Khan. Nexius waits and finds them out, shutting them down. Got down Parkson and Freeze. Of course, PR was there. 1 as well. Then we get all down to Ozek. Ozek is now all alone with not a chance into this with just 22 HP in a 1v4. We're going to be seeing MOUZ next. Look to go ahead and put us at a tie here. Even as Nexius. Going down just to a measly 3 HP. Not much to do here. Looks like he's going to make a bit of a save call here. Unfortunately, therefore, alternate attacks are going to be rather broken around 15. That was a must-win round for them if they want to convert. At this point, MOUZ next. They're going to be in the perfect stance to go ahead and put themselves 8-7.5 with them in the lead. It didn't look like it was going to go that way. But, oh! Prison. Able to deny the AK. That is so unfortunate. Alzak doesn't have any money for the next. Now, gonna away a couple of Beagles, Kalashnikov, a Khalil to use. Rest of them. Pistols, and of course, we'll see if they can go ahead and find themselves an upset. This hero rifle round could do the work, though. See if they're able to make it sing. For the time being, that's not the case. Still, Alzek able to find out one. Let's get tagged down. Response Perkson, good for a frag before Alzek falls. Now it's all down to the P50 and the Deagle. Had to be some clinical shots to come out here for Freeze, but unfortunately for him, as he's finished off, 8-7 on the board. MOUZ next do converts and have the lead of 1 coming into the second half. But the question is, can they continue that momentum on their T's side to put themselves 1-1 in the map pool? Or will we be seeing a nice little 2-0 here by alternate attacks as they do transition to that C side? Into the pistol round. Get underway this pistol. So incredibly important. I'm looking to try and take an engagement. MOUZ next. Looks like they want to play up here towards this A site. Stuff through shorts and bathrooms here for the time being. There's only players playing for that fight. Ease and Alzek. It's long as well to deal with. Crimson issue here, but as Alzak finds out the first, backs off. Teammate over here by Truck. Able to swing off of that flash, and as it is all down to Freeze. Freeze takes engagement, wins one, but the burst fire from the Glock of Nexus. Got a bit of a frag. Making his way up, Spitty playing from bathrooms. He's able to go ahead and eliminate PR, leaving it all down to Crimson. Nexius, last 2 men standing. Crimson finds a bit of a peek, finds one, but Parkson, never the dualies. Another. Down into a 1v2. 2 dualies. Here for the retake. Parkson, ooh, could have held it. Nexius. Holding firm for the time being. Finds one, finds two! And beautifully done. He's able to win out that 1v2 to go ahead and put MOUZ next. Up at a 9. Certainly a way to do it. Our MOUZ next. You go ahead and put yourself at a lead of 2. Now you're into a bit of a 5-7 Deagle type of round here for alternate attacks. Into a bit of a forced up pistol. 5.7s for parts, along with a scout. They're just looking to see if they can get some damage. The win condition isn't to win the rounds, but necessarily take out some rifles out of their hands. Maybe carry 1 or 2 over. The one that they're going to be all too invested into. They're going to want to have at least some of these pistols for the next round. I think them play this carefully. A lot of sense. Round. Time being, it seems that we're gonna be let's go out towards this beach site. They're called for the road. Make their way on down. Shots ring through, some damage comes off. Not much way up the T's, but Freeze is able to find out 1. We see Freeze go for 2. Now that fight equalizing that number out. 3v3. Now's the swing comes through with PR, finding 1. All down to Slack. Slack's alone. Gets a tag. Not much chance of a retake. Holds firm. He not wanting to overplay that position just yet. He's gonna hope that someone might go for that he can catch out. Not sure. Alrighty. Perhaps not over yet, chat. Still 10-7. MOUZ still need 5 from that point. Alternate attacks are still technically right on their heels. We're going to be looking the next round to come on through. Round 19 is where that full buy is going to come out, and that's where the CT side could really get spinning. Well, as this team of MOUZ next is still bonusing over weapons. As a shot sings through, nothing can enough just yet. I like the attempt of the boost there from Perks. Not everyone had anything. Still, it's PR. Doubles it up for himself. Let me get down to Spitty. Alzak. Ooh, Alzak. Nicely done. Gets himself 2. Nearly finds the equalizer, but loses his head instead. Some good work being done. They edge their way up. All down to Spitty on site. He's got a USPS. Unfortunate for him, no chance. Eliminated him. We see the side. MOUZ next. Go ahead and look at their 11th. Not much of a chance. Should be all she wrote for this round, unless something crazy happens with Slacks and that scout. I think it's unlikely. Ooh, good tag. Finds the first, aggresses forward. Plays quickly with a scope in hand. Flash comes through. Ooh! Love the attempt. But isn't able to find the tags on the Sierra at all. You see an 11th on the board. Good damage done regardless. Able to take quite a few weapons out of the hands of MOUZ next. They're not able to bonus up anymore. Buy up in full. They do have themselves an up in the AKs to use. But of course, reciprocating it, alternate attacks. Have themselves the up in the hands of Slacks. Of course, Freeze, Spitty, Perks, Perkson, and Alzek. Rifles as well. Ooh. Slacks. That is a icy shot there. Able to go ahead. Off one while Freeze gets another. Of course, Perkson is straight out. Leaves it down to a 3. Pause was called for the next round, but down to Nexius and Chris, and it looks like the pause will happen is 11-8. Still a chance for MOUZ next into the go ahead and make the way up. Bomb, MOUZ next. At A site, there's only one player to fight over there. Comes out. Look to try and make their way in. Looks like they're going to go head over towards the A site. Slacks gets the information, backs off, helps the play over towards garbage. Hey, beautiful shot. Finds the bomb, but Crizin on the trade. Seconds, he's plant. Do see Alzek close at hand. Waiting for his teammate. Is Freeze, I think he heard him. Over here in bathrooms, Crizin in this situation. Go ahead, tap the bomb. Shots ring through. Crizin incredibly low. Oh, has to back off. I think this might be it. I think the defuse is coming through as we speak, and there it is. Freeze is able to find Crizin while alternate attacks get the defuse. Now, get underway. This is a bit of a Kalashnikov round. Galil's and Mac-10s coming through as well. Time being, MOUZ next are going to make an attempt to get into this round. Of course, Spitty is able to start things off. We do see Nexius now great. Them fall relatively quickly. Perkson and Freeze both eliminated out. Lead down to Slacks and Alzek. Last standing. Start 4. Retake not really available. Save call already made. Now, chat, I need to go to the restroom, so I'm going to leave you with the game. Have fun. Alrighty, I'm back. Sorry about that. I had to run to the restroom, but as we do get back on the way, it's 12-8. Of course, MOUZ next. 3 rounds away from that point. Looking to try and send us at map number 3. We do see an up and an A1S to use there in the hands of alternate attacks. A couple of P250s as well as we're trying to mount a defense. Shot looks to come on through here. The second PR makes his way forward, finding first. Of course, NXT prison. Good ranks as well as Freeze. Did find one in the midst of all that. But Slacks and Ozek last 2 men standing. I doubt they go for it here on 2. Righty. Be done. Likely alternate attacks. Don't be going ahead. Gonna save all and over what rifles they have. They have a full buy coming up into the next regardless. So it's a fairly good look. As the bomb goes off, we see 13 on the board. Alrighty. Now, we do have ourselves a bit of an A1S round. Could be out from alternate attacks. Good chance here for MOUZ next to try and go ahead and put 14 and 15 on the board. Alternate attacks, well, defense has been lackluster, to say the least. Just haven't been able to put up the numbers. It's a bit of a shame, but that's what it is. See these players way forward. It seems like they want to go ahead and angle themselves for this B site. They're not fully committed to it just yet. Ooh, good timing there on that spam. Damage down early on. Yadu tag down to 66. See them edging their way up. Sort of being shot out, and we see Slacks and Perkson start things off, able to find out the first 2, the man advantage. The other wave alternate attacks, not confirmed this yet though. It's Nexius, makes his way up, jumps into the smoke, finds another, and Perkson falls away. Of course, Slacks able to react off of that, leads it down to a 2v2, keeping it nice and even together. Back, possibly trying to round their way over towards A. Ooh, it's a bit of a fake maybe. Oh, a little bit of extra utility over towards B. Alzek, up on A now. Looking for that first engagement. It's going to be rather important. Playing over here, truck at that gap. Spots on the barrel of the first. Spams them down. And Alzek. All down to Crescent. Crescent up in hand. 1v2. Lost the first. But unfortunately, the timing's wrong. And Alzek guns him down, putting the round on the board for alternate attacks. Bring themselves within 1 of double digits. Now, MOUZ next. They need to find themselves some closure here in the next little bit. They can't afford for alternate attacks to gain a lot of momentum here. If they do, they're liable to play for the tied game. They're just 1 round away from double digits as it stands. MOUZ next. They're 2 rounds away. Map points is sending us on into map number 3 within 3. Still a ways to go before everything's done and dusted. Edge their way up, putting in a little bit of utility. Go. Their way over here through Con. Nothing really fencing when it comes to an attack. Seem like they're going to start to shift their way and focus over towards that A site. There are 2 players to play for that fight. You're looking towards one at bracket. The other was short. Engagement here with Alzek. Out, of course, slacks. We'll find out what we see. Alzek, oh, miss his timing. Prison takes off his life, leaving it down into a 44. Of course, smoke goes down. Nexius tries to make his way out. Oh, finds out slacks there in the gap. Just like that, it's all down to Spitty and Freeze. It's 2 men staying. They've rotated up towards A, while the side of MOUZ next rotate down towards B. Themselves through construction. They'll be able to find plants over here. But Spitty, they're gonna start denying, tries to jump down. Unfortunately for him, Krezen catches him out. He finds out PR, leaving it down to Freeze to try and retake here in a 1v3. Most likely, save call to be made off the back of that. And oh, that's Freeze. Finds one, picks up the op. It's 1v2, limited time remaining. He does have a kit to use. The bomb timer probably burnt down to about half. But it doesn't seem like he's going to go for it. Save call going to be made in this situation. I can't really blame him. Here we go. Another round on the board there for MOUZ next. They bring it within 1. At point. Looking to be on the docket. Our alternate aTTaX still have a fight left within them. Have that up. That was carried over. Slacks can drop. There could be a bit of a force coming out of the rest. Do they fight at 15 or do they force up here? It seems like the name of the game is to go ahead and save a little bit and have that full buy round. Coming up into round 25 and playing for 10 at that point. But from there on, they've got to go ahead. Look to play for overtime. That's a long road ahead of them. Somehow upsetting this round and converting it. For own to take 10 would be best case scenario. They'd like to try and start doing that. Freeze finds the first. Extra utility put down. Slow things out. Put a stall on here at B. Clarkson and Co. Themselves into fairly good positions. Smoke. Ooh. And that attack with no frag. Back off quickly, but Freeze is caught out. Spitty good for one. There's Perkson. There for the other. Of course, PR. Bit of a trade. He finds 2 in that situation. Finds Spitty. Gives it all down to Alzek. Alzek with 5-7 is gunned down as well. His head flies off. And Nexius. Able to put 50 on the board there with the final. Now the full buy round. Up included here. A1S's for everyone else. And alternate aTTaX. I desperately hope and pray to try 6 rounds in a row to put us in overtime. Ooh, Freeze. Some things off, puts it down into a 45. Advantage starts to save alternate aTTaX. Oh, the early aggression. Perkson gets punished for it, and we see Spitty there on the trade. Alzek on keeps it down just to Sierra as well as Nedu. I'm not sure. It's down into a 2v4. So far, they've edged their way past Founts and playing up through shorts and bathrooms. But descend down into Con, up to play over there towards B. As it seems like it's the name of the game here for the time being. Edge their way back. Back of Con. I'm not sure what their plan is here just yet. Played incredibly slowly. Nails pace edging their way along. I think save call's been made. Since our economy is in such a dire state, going ahead, carrying over these 2 Kalashnikovs with a little bit of utility and armor that they have will be rather important. That's going to be the time running out. Alternate aTTaX. They do net double digits here. roll underway once again. Kalashnikov's, Galil's, and an op to use. How's next? Down a little bit of utility. Again, quite a bit of it. Prison. Oh, ho, ho. Gets caught immediately. Slacks, able to follow it up. Alright, at least final 3 men's hands. Forced up into this round. The momentum, I think it's shifted. The aggression could be out from aTTaX. It's worked out nicely. And freeze! Oh, that's a shame. Bit of a suicide there, up from heaven. But as PR is last man standing, that's not really gonna matter. Gotta love fall damage. Well, what do you do here, PR? Your money is broke. You have a Galil. You're surrounded. The player's closing in on you. I guess swinging was all you could do. As we do see the side of MOUZ's next economy being in tatters. Side of aTTaX have the greatest chance to go ahead. Find at 12, 13, and 14 to bring themselves back within 1. It's feasible. Sent into overtime today. But the question is, can aTTaX achieve it? Oh, good shots, and it's a bit of a rush. We do see a flurry of frags come out from aTTaX, leaving Nexius as last man standing. Got himself a Gluck, but no life to be left, as Freeze does finish him off. That's expected there, as we do see 12. Righty. On our way. It's the rifle round that MOUZ next need to try and find a finisher. I'm being aTTaX, so not all too roughly, but oh, Freeze! That is so unfortunate. Immediately tagged out. Down into a early grave. Leaves it into a 5v4. There's edging the way up. PR. Looking for 1 as Nexus finds out 1. We do see Parkson get a bit of a trade. Spitty. Play for a fight, wins 1, looks for a second. Unfortunately for him, he's gone down. Prison gonna finish it, leaves it all down to Slacks. And I think this is all she wrote. I think this is heading into map number 3 here. As we do see him gunned down. Map 3 is confirmed 1-1 in the map pool. MOUZ next are able to pull through and deny overtime. Well done by both squads, but we're not done just yet. Got another map to go, and we are heading on into Inferno for our final map of the evening, and it should be a rather nice one. So, folks, we're going to take a very quick break while we wait for the server to change over and all that sort of good stuff. We'll see you guys in a next little bit, but we'll throw into some music, go to a break. I'll be back in a bit, so I'll talk to you guys in a bit.
This VRG is Shaq.
I got a bad bitch from St. Croix, but she keep playing mind games. So many flights, every day I wake up is a 10-hour time change. So many niggas pocket watching me cause they see that I'm still in my prime ways. Sending my stick up kids to go handle my beef, I call them kebab gangs. So fuck all the ops. Fuck all the ops. Fuck all the ops.
Watch your back.
So fuck all my ops, put them in raw papers, I'm not fucking with y'all haters, I'm hot. Got on Dior shades, they're like, I'm in the Barclays with my pops. Remember the hard days that they stopped? My niggas all making that guap. Been in the car chase with the cops. Fuck all of them and fuck all my ops. Fuck all my ops. Fuck all my ops.
Watch your back. I'm coming to the mosh pit. I'm coming to the mosh pit.
Alrighty, folks, here we go. Once again, it is that time. Looking to see map number 3 going live underway on the map of Inferno. We see MOUZ next starting off there on the CT side. Alternate attacks there on the T side. This is the final map to determine who will be moving up into the lower bracket final. Looking to move on and move on up and possibly make the challenge into ESL Challenger League. Of course, the winner of this one will be facing off against 9 Pandas, who was able to dethrone Big Academy there earlier on in the lower bracket semis. So now it's time to see who's going to be moving up, moving on, getting into the 9 Pandas match, then who will be moving on from that to play against Singularity. So, folks, without further ado, it's time to get things underway. Seeing this first few fights look to come up here into the pistol round. Now, Nexius, he starts to play there into bedrooms and apartments, gets stinked out, tagged down to 44, backs off pretty quickly, not necessarily wanting to over-engage there. Well, it seems that the side of alternate attacks, they want to commit over here towards A. Now, this is a bit of an interesting decision. There are 3 players to play over here for the fight over here for mid, and the shots ring through. Nidu finds the first, he drops down Freeze, and his PR swings as well. He's able to go ahead and net himself 2 into the round. Perks, and meanwhile, trades back, leaves it down into a 1v3, looks for more dualies, and Prison and Co. look to try and find it out, and Sierra finds the final with the dualies. MOUZ next go ahead and net the first, putting themselves 1-0 on the board. Alrighty, a strong start from the side of MOUZ next to go ahead. Take the first. They have a bunch of MP9s to use. Meanwhile, alternate attacks. Look at this force up. This is interesting. They didn't get bombed down, but they're still affording up the Galeals and Deagles to their name. So we'll see how this round plays out, but it's going to be a bit of a tough one. As we start making their way forward. See some early aggression coming out of MOUZ next down through Banana. They take full control of that, not wanting them to challenge up towards Car. Well, attacks are just playing it out cautiously, seeing if anyone might over-aggress that they can catch. Timings have not been on their side so far, though. But as we do see Sierra go for a bit of a shot. Put a tag down Spitty there with an HE. Gets him down to 75. Meanwhile, Slacks and Alzek with the Galeals are able to sing out. Beautiful unison to go ahead and find the first 2. Leaves it down to the player up towards apartments, and unfortunately for him, he gets gunned down immediately. Leaving it down to PR and Sierra, and here in a 2v5 on the post plant. It just doesn't look too terribly possible. And save call going to be made. Alternate attacks able to find the upset here. Puts it 1-1 immediately on the map of Inferno. Certainly the way to get it rolling. Bomb's going to be looking to go off. Alternate attacks tying it up is really nicely done. Of course, they're going to be looking to see how much farther they're able to take it. The momentum will shift drastically in their direction. But we'll see how far they can shake it. Do get back underway. The picked up MP9s carried over. Galeals back in hands here for alternate attacks. Meanwhile, side of MOUZ next. Couple of 5.7s, a Deagle, an MP9, and of course, an S. We'll keep things rather close together. Start to play their way on out. A little bit of utility being thrown. Shot to sing through. Slacks able to find out one. Prison finds a frag as well. We do see Slacks double it up. Trying to crack open this B side. Of course, there's still a player towards Car to deal with. That is the man of Nexius. As he's stuck in the corner behind a Molotov. Big gun down by Slacks. Winner towards B's are confirmed. Of course, the players are rotating through CT rather quickly. We'll see Freeze go ahead, start to challenge a bit. Valk gets a tag and a frag there on a Nedu. Is it confirmed? Meanwhile, the rest of alternate attacks have rotated over towards that A site. And PR is able to get himself a bit of an opener. 2v3. Now, post-plant retake is feasible. I don't think that's going to be coming through. The bomb going off. Second round is going to be on the board, and MOUZ next. They don't necessarily have a great buy to work with. They're just going to have these two hero weaponry to use. P9 and A1S could be able to deal some damage, but we'll see. Bomb goes off. Alternate attacks. Put themselves 2-1. As we do get underway. MP9s and A1Ss to use. They'll go ahead and deal a bit of a boost up. Hey! Got a net one. Nicely done. PR. Able to eliminate one of the bonus weapons this round. That's a big opening frag. That can be retrieved as well. MP9 back in the hands of Sierra. Goes ahead, puts it down into a 45. The advantage starts to go the way of MOUZ next in terms of manpower, but nothing is confirmed yet, of course. Going towards his A side, I think is a bit of a mistake. That's a 4-player stack over there. Of course, the player to note is definitely going to be PR. Ooh, as they swing on through, shots ring through. Freeze is spitting, able to find out one each. Of course, PR did get a frag in the midst of that. A1S gets dropped, though. HE goes out, doesn't net anything, of course. Parks committed towards A. Spitty able to take up another fight before he falls. Just down to Parks and Slacks. Made their way over towards B. They put down the smokes to go ahead, give them the space to use. But with Sierra spamming through the smoke on Parkson. Slacks all alone. Oh, little Sierra. That's close. Doesn't net what he's hoping, though. That was Slacks waiting on the back of sight. He's into a 1v3 Kalashnikov in his hands. Of course, there's a picked up AK in Nedu's hands. Galil in the hands of Nexius. Sierra. P9, this is going to be a hard fought. The utility is going to be played out. No, they need to go ahead and weed out the front player. Very quickly, and Slacks! Oh my god! He's able to find himself a 3K clutch there. He's able to go ahead and net the round the way of alternate attacks and take a third to their side. And what a way to do it! Oh, so beautiful out of him. That is absolutely mental. Coming out of Slacks to go ahead and convert. I thought for sure that was done and dusted. 1v3. Picked up Galil, AK, and MP9 to work with there for MOUZ next, but they just could not land their crosshair on him in time. Triple down, spray down for the man. Just like that, it's 3-1, but the rifle round is inbound as we see MOUZ next on the A1Ss and the AWP here on the CT side of Inferno. This is our first full rifle, and an incredibly important one at that. Now, the bits of utility that have been thrown out there early on does net an early frag the way of Alzak. Sierra catches a couple of HGs. Costs him his life. But his alternate attacks aren't still pressured. That initial push off of it. Hold back Furman, back to T-Ramp. We start to put down a little bit of spam up through car. See, Alzek. Bit of a frag for himself. PR. It's caught out, leaving it down into a 3v5. A little bit of utility going to be tossed out. Edge their way up. Play onto this A side. They've been able to go ahead and open up too. We do see Crescent finally. The ops start to open it up. Not able to net too terribly much though. He has rotated over there towards that B site. That's exactly where alternate attacks is heading. Gets himself into coffins. Now, I'm not going to be expecting him to be here. He's going to be able to sing out for one freely. Of course, Alzak gets caught there. Freeze makes his way forward, plays quickly. Oh, just commits to plant. Look at that. Ooh, Crescent. That is a huge whiff. Well, as we see Slacks take the long-range spray down. Nexius, but at the cost of his HP. Now, it looks like they want to challenge this up, or they'll swing together. Slacks, he goes ahead, jumps up on the coffins. Meanwhile, Freeze! Telling him to freeze as he finds out the final two. The heads come off, and Nedu and Crescent both fall with alternate attacks. Putting him fourth on the board. Now, chat, I wouldn't write off MOUZ next just yet. It's very early on in the map number 3. It is just coming in round 6. It's a sleepy start for them, to say the least, but alternate attacks. Who knows if they're going to be able to keep this momentum into their favor the entire time. The real question is what this next rifle round could possibly look like. There's a way around, playing slowly here for the time being. They know that this is probably a deco coming out of MOUZ next. They don't want to overplay that pressure. They blame them here either. A piece of utility be put down. Start to make their way up. Freeze. Things off. Puts it all down to the last man towards Maypad, and oh, that's got Spitty. That's a beautiful L1 tap. Takes off his head. Now it's all down to the final 3v4. Oh, but Spitty is able to go ahead and net himself a second into the round. PR falls. Crescent gets the trade. The up. The Slacks sings out. And oh, just so quick with it. He's able to go ahead and net them a fifth. The upper. Adding 2 there at the end. Puts them up by 4, but right back into the rifles, and this is where things really should get rolling. Righty, a couple of shots being fired off here. Not much acted just yet. Just a little bits and pieces of chip damage. We see Ozek. Slacks get caught for just a tiny bit. Seem to be wanting to waterfall out their way towards A from the apartments. Of course, just found Nidu. Oh, it being eliminated there early on leads it down for Isn't to start to respond up, and he certainly does. Leaves it into a 4v4, keeping it nice and equalized for the retake. Fortunately, doesn't look like it's going to be the name of the game. MOUZ next, opting to save. For economy this low, saving in the situation makes sense. A bit unfortunate to see, but it is what it is. And yep, alternate attacks are taking a 6th. And we get back underway. Full rifle round coming out. Alternate aTTaX going to be looking to try and put 7 on the board. They're within 2 of converting the half successfully, but the thing is, damage being done is quite severe. We see 81, 71, and 85. Be on 3 of those players all of a sudden. But they go ahead. That's about 60, 70 points of damage there early on. Might be dispersed, but it's a good look for the side of MOUZ next if they do want to try and convert, since they continue to put out chip damage, taking them down lower and lower. Well, go ahead and get a bit of boost up. I like the attempt, but nothing to be netted from it from logs. Ooh. Bees. First to his name, we'll see. Raid finds it through the top of the 44. I'm starting to run out the Molotov spread on the freeze. Take down rather low. Sierra catches an AG. Goes down. Retake here on a 44 fashion. Way up. Oh, Clarkson. Backline. Finds out Chris and Nidu falls as well. We do see Sierra try. Clean things up, but unfortunately for him, he gets eliminated first in Nexius, then follows into the grave. The alternate aTTaX net their 7th and bring it. Then 1 of converting to half successfully. Oh. Couple of AGs being fired out. Suffering. Car. Oh, gets caught. For the timing, we do a sec. For the smoke, Sierra caught out there. Rough way to be. Her way forward. Side initially. Edge her way up through Banana. This first engagement with PR is important, and it's one out handedly. Nexius caught out in the open as well. Down Molotov before he dies. All that's going to be is a delaying action, as there isn't much of a chance. Here on a 2v5 for MOUZ next to attempt to win this. Ran thin. Seconds on the clock. Prison finds out Perkson. He's sight, knowing that there's a bit of worry there. Plus Nidu. All of a sudden, last man standing over here towards coffins. They found Slacks was able to find out Prison on the opposite end of the map, and we're going to see them go for plants over there freely. What Nidu? Look at this. Quite nicely. Go ahead, find himself 2, brings it down to a 1v2. But save call was made. Bit unfortunate, but it is what it is. And ooh. Go. What's on the board? Or 8th on the board, rather. Sorry. They've converted the half successfully, 8-1. Now we're going to be looking to see if they can go ahead themselves 9 and 10. Double digits will be a great look. Played aggressive to get themselves up towards car already. There's one player to play for fight. Sierra got himself an MP9. He's played. Sierra. Back up. Aggressing over here towards B. A minute on the clock left. Now look to make a move here. It's possible. Push their way forward. Shot ring through. Freeze. That's it all. Sierra. Got out and eliminated. PR joining him in the grave. Way forward, freeze. Nexius. Nadu definitely saving over while Crizin goes for a bit of engagement. Fortunately for him, no chance at finding any exits. We see aTTaX going ahead, putting themselves at 9. Being within 1 of double digits. Having an 8-round lead over MOUZ next. Now we get back underway. Full rifles coming out from both squads. This is where MOUZ next has to start netting some rounds. They don't, it's pretty much done and dusted. Ooh, look at that. Freeze. Early catch out. He's able to find a second there with a Molotov as well. Oh, dear Lord. Freeze! Stop it! Able to just 1v3 his way towards B. His teammate starts to back him up, but as he is eliminated, no ace is available. Meanwhile, Ozek gonna eliminate Nexius and Parkson. Goes for the chase and eliminates the final, putting 10 on the board. Just a bit of a DM there over there towards that B site. Able to go ahead and put a double digit on the board for aTTaX as they look to net themselves towards 11 and 12 as well. Get back underway. They start to make their way up. Nothing being convincing just yet. Of course, Crescent has an op to use. That's a bit of a hero rifle play. Rest of them on the deagle supporting him. We'll see if they can make it work, though. Well, as time starts to run thin, getting close to a minute. We do see ER get tagged down. Wait, 40 HP. While Freeze opens things up. Parkson and Spetty join in with Rags. Let me get out on the Crescent, who's going to have to off the save here. I mean, You can't try and play for the fight. This isn't worth it. Goes ahead, finds the first. He's an ace to convert. They seem to be chasing, though, just wanting to hunt him down. A pack of hunting dogs. They start to close in. He finds out the first tag on a player's Spitty. About loses his life. Ozek looking to go ahead and circle this player. Makes his way into library. Looking the wrong way. Checking over here towards Arches here for the time being. Time starts to run out. They start to make their way forward. Krizen. Spots one, gives away his position. Berkson goes for the fight. Krizen, though. Does he get an ace here? Nah, that's it. Ozek there to finish him off. We will see 11 on the board. 11-1 for aTTaX with a 10-round lead to boot. Boy, oh boy, this is a rough place to be. A bit of utility being played out here. Some shots ring through, but nothing really connecting up just yet. See Sierra go ahead, put down an HE. Pretty desperate in terms of trying to get off damage. 11-4 would be doable, like Chad is saying. That's not a terrible scoreline to be at, but if MOUZ next drop the next and then one after, I mean... Fortunately, I think it might be over, but see how it goes. Players are looking to edge their way around. Way up for the time being. No, to overplay their presence, though. Bit of utility is deployed. They execute out towards A. 3 players to play for the fight there. MOUZ next side. They need to hold it down firmly. Nidu able to find out the first. Being eliminated. Murray. Molotovs come out. Spitty able to find out Fragwell. Sierra. Up for 2 and 3. To live it down to Slacks. Slacks. We'll find out a double. He's done some mental things in the past, but unfortunately, as he picks up the up, he's gunned on down. We see MOUZ next put a second on the board to their side. Oh, we get underway once again. Full rifles to use. Not just yet, though. Slacks. Hey! Slacks! Good old shot there. Things up. Finding out Nidu there early on. Puts it into a 5v4. Now they're going to be looking to see if they can go ahead and try and crack things open a little bit more determinedly. There's only 1 player playing over towards B for the time being, 3 towards A. 2 players are in fast rotation spot playing by Arches. Way up. Slacks. It's out the first, or the second rather. Opens up the B sights. Save call's already made. They're going to save for round 15. That's going to be aTTaX going ahead and hitting 12. And we see MOUZ next in a dire strait. As we get back underway. See, these players just trying to hunt them down a little bit. They can go ahead and take away these rifles here for MOUZ next. It's a great look. I don't know if that's going to be possible. This Perkson starts to make it look possible. Yep, does get the trade on to Spitty. PR and Sierra, do you survive here? Unfortunately, you do not, because Slacks and Freeze swinging. Able to close it out and put a 12th on the board, and no rifles carried over. Puts MOUZ rather in a bind. As they desperately need 12-3 at least. Oh, no! Oh, that's brutal! Next ESPR. That is extremely unfortunate for themselves. They get gunned down through the smoke. 2 players lost immediately. See Alzek, Sierra, Nedu, Prison, standing. And Parkson. A bit of a frag there on the Nidu. It leaves all down to Prison. Prison, last man standing. Just for a bit of a swing, but hey, this ace is going to be hard fought. 1v4 to deal with. Gets himself an AK. Oh! Prison! Unfortunately, only gets one more one-tap before we see it finished off by Perkson, who puts it 13-2. Alternate attacks. Comfy position to try and close it out. Just need 2 more rounds coming into the second half to hit map point. Now, that's the round coming through. It's 13-2. We're going to be seeing if MOUZ next can make a very long comeback. It's going to be incredibly difficult to do, but we'll see what they got. As players look to edge their way forward. Next, it's playing up over through mid. Is able to find the first on the Slacks. Gets tags on the Perkson as well. We do see Freeze get a bit of a frag there. There's the opener to put it down to a 3-4. Starts to look for equalizers. Spitty gets the equalizers for himself. That's PR. Frag there on the Freeze. Spitty and Alzek, what can you do? Oh, well, Alzek. First, of course, he is traded out, leaving it all down to Spitty. Spitty, be the hero. By hay bells. What a surprise the first. What? He's a single tap onto the target, but unfortunately gets tapped down himself. And we'll see MOUZ next. Put a 3rd on the board. We get back underway. See some initial utility played out there, and 5-7 here of alternate attacks. Just trying to deal some damage. Bit of utility being played out. Get off an HE there on the Nexius. Sierra back down rather low, but it's PR for himself. Nice and close for the time being. Heavy dink. Not the frag like Spiddy was hoping. Not much to do if you're on the alternate attack side. You're obviously opting to save at this point. You're down to a 3v5. Players are rather low attack side, but it's just not worth pursuing. Trying over what armor, utility you do have in the terms of the 3-5-7s. Be helpful. Bomb looks to go off. Ah, they can't decide who's jumping on whose head there. Make the decision. Righty. Well, things are looking to be in a rather interesting position. Get underway once again. See them look to try and make their way up. Very quickly, they push forward. We do 5-7s coming out. You have the yeses, of course. They're saving up in full to go ahead and that full buy round into the next. Shots ring through. Uh-oh, freeze. Oh, it says free on these points. Left all down into a 3v4 here for the post plants. I think that we see alternate attacks try and gun them down. I mean, there's a chance here that they can get the upset, but as PR eliminates all Zek, that becomes more limited. Clarkson is holding back, just looking to carry over that AK into the next. Them do that isn't terribly bad. Ooh. Nicely done there. Freeze is able to find out one. We do see Sierra there with the other. Then we get down to PR. They're able to go ahead, cleanly take it. Save their lives barely. Parkson does carry over. Got an AK for the next round. Be helpful in terms of building economy. But the rest of the alternate attacks are going to have to be bought on up. Ooh, slaps. They go into the up. Ring out for the first. Nexius finds one as well. They do trade it back and forth. Nice and even for the time being. Play their way up, possibly to go towards this B site here on the MOUZ next side there too. Ooh, Sierra. Oh, that was going to connect for a second there. Unfortunately there for Ferguson. He'll be eliminated as well. Down. Packed up in sight just yet. But it seems like they might want to be heading towards B, of course. Get time to rotate. Spetty eliminates PR. I think that's them forced into this site. Ooh, they actually pulled a rotate away. And although the bomb, it's rotating over towards A. This is a bit of a blunder, chat. Take a look at this. Lucy Spitty first. Top shot does go for a bit of a whiff. They're aware that the offer is here, but oh, slacks. Dirty shot there through the corner. Is able to find out one. Goes ahead, watches the smoke. Ooh, misses. Hides behind a barrel, but peeks out to finish him off. And we see the side of alternate attacks take 14, or they're now within 1 at that point. now as we get back underway. You see the rifle round coming out, so a little bit of utility being thrown both ways. Parkson catches an HE, tagged down to 74, but Sierra and NXT do as well. Look to possibly play their way over towards A. 3 players to deal with, 1 towards Graveyard, 1 big pits. The other towards Archway. Looks like a flood is about to occur. Water falling. Apartments. Smoke's gonna slow things down. The PR is gonna go for it. Drops down, gets himself towards main pit. Finds the player over towards Cave. Of course, Spitty not gonna be able to find anything out. Freeze does get a pick there on the Nexius. There is a gap in the smoke he's gonna try to exploit. Ooh, nearly finds one. Gets tags instead and slipped down to a 3-4. And save call, I think, has already been made. There's players over towards CT, but all the way back at Church. I have a feeling they'll go ahead, play for a bit of pressure. But they'll back off pretty quickly, opting to save. Well, MOUZ next take themselves a 6th. Alrighty. Looks to get underway. We see Freeze looking to try and make his way up. Back down to 42. It looks like MOUZ next. He's looking to make a bit of an assault over there towards that B site. Nexius and Parkson trade back. Of course, Sierra. 1 trades it down to a 3v3, keeping it nice and even. The assault looks to come out and ooh, heavy damage on the Sierra. Freeze able to get off a bit there, but is tacked down low as well. And ooh, Freeze, good timing. Find out another before he falls. It limits it down to a 2v2. It seems like they'll go for a bit of a split. One through Banana. The other through Church. Utility being thrown, trying to draw attention over towards this Banana side. That's where the Opera's coming from. He's going to go ahead. Set himself up a bit of a Molotov. Gets that into dark, doesn't net anything. Unfortunately for him, Nedu is there to gun them down. And aye, what a good luck there. Able to go ahead and take a 7th the way of MOUZ next. Back underway. Fairly important rounds coming through. Firm for the time being, played out rather cautiously. Alternate attacks are looking for 15. Next, looking for 8. Get towards 8. They can get towards in 10 as well. Penalties being. See things like slowly. Shot starts to sink through. Of course, they start making their way up. Freeze in an interesting position. Is able to find out one for himself before he falls. Bit of a miss swing there. Goes down. The player over towards Church. He looks for an engagement. Can't seem to find anything just yet. Looks like we'll see a save call made. Not wanting to retake towards that B site. Alternate attacks will back off over towards A. Carry over the rifles that they have since their economy is in the, rather dregs. Well, they could have. MOUZ next are going to be taking themselves an 8th. Now, we do see full buy up there by alternate attacks. Are able to get their teammates that did fall there. Rifle to use. Make their way up. Quick shot rings up and slacks. Get things rolling. See some come through as well. There from Freeze, able to go ahead and get a double. Banana. Nedu as well. We see Parkson. Check out Nedu, and unfortunately for him, that leaves it all down the hands of PR. That might be all she wrote, but PR, look at that. Keeps it going for the time being. Overplaying it just yet. Down, look at that. Puts himself in the post. Something up. 5 HP in a dream. Their way up, they pop a flash onto sight. They start to rush their way forward. PR, initial op shot's a bit of a whiff. Tap the bomb, trying to force him up. Don't see aTTaX go ahead and go for the hold. And that's going to be all she wrote. We don't see PR clutch it up, but he does get bomb plant down. That's going to allow them to go ahead, have themselves a goodbye into the next. Well, that's 15 for alternate attacks regardless. Hitting map and series points. They're going to try and find the closer here and now. See what they got. Now, it's down into a 5v5 with a little bit of damage going out the way of MOUZ next. Tack down to 54 and 73. We're in a concerning spot. Do start to edge their way up over towards that B site. Nexius. Flush things off. Make Freeze there early on Parkston. Bit of a rough spot. Ooh, forced to swing. He goes for one. Oh, not able to find any more, though. Slacks did find a kill on the opposite end of the map. Get down into a 3-3. Keep it nice. Even. A retake gonna have to come through. You see aTTaX. Stay rather close up. Gonna watch for in that situation is gonna be Nidu. He's playing very close to Grill. Find one. Ara falls away. Guessing Nidu. Yep. Get the utility toss. Actually, yes. Hold down. Slacks. Patiently. Swing comes out. Ozek looks to play on the entry. You see Spitty start things off. Leaves it all down on Nidu. Nidu, last man standing. Needs to stay alive. Needs to find out 3. Plays for the first fight, but unfortunately for him, up from above, we see Ozek finish it off and get the defuse. And that'll be all she wrote. 16 on the board. And we will be seeing the side of aTTaX move on up and move on through the lower bracket. Well, we see MOUZ next fall out of the events. Rather unfortunate for them, but it is what it is. We'll be looking forward to seeing them more in ESEA Advanced next season. They're in season 47, but unfortunately for them, they don't have a chance to make it in the ESL Challenger this one. So, bit unfortunate for them, but it is what it is. We're going to be looking for aTTaX to play up against 9 Pandas. Coming up on Thursday, they're in the lower bracket final. Of course, the consolidation final will be happening after that. The winner of 9 Pandas aTTaX will look to face off against Singularity, and then the winner of that match will be looking to face off against Wu-Tang. Coming up there later. But folks, that is all she wrote for us in the day. I hope you guys did enjoy. We will be looking to do some broadcasts coming up coming up tomorrow, as well as some matches on the Open Qualifier and ESL Challenger League and that sort of stuff. So, folks, please be sure to stick around. There's going to be some great stuff coming up forward. We've got a whole host of events that we will be streaming here on this channel in English that don't have English streams usually. So, please be sure to leave a follow here. We got a lot of great stuff coming up. But thanks again for getting us to 150 followers in 2 days of streaming. That is fantastic. Me and Dutch Boy are very pleased to have this project going so well early on, because this is a caster project, if anything. So, folks, we will be ending our stream for the night, and I'm going to be heading off and get myself some food. So, without further ado, I'll see you guys later. Have a good one, a good night, and a goodbye, as we do look for more matches to come up in the future here on the channel. See you guys later.
Diesel in this motherfucker. Bang your motherfucker.